Haven't seen you guys in forever.
Hey, Stephanie, are we ready to go?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we'll go ahead and call this meeting the August 4th, 2020 Santa Rosa City Council goal setting session back to order. We're on item number 5 of our agenda. Could we please take a roll call, Madam City Clerk?
Yes, Councilmember Dowd. Councilmember Dowd. Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Oliveras.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming. Here. Councilmember Dowd, have you joined us? I see him. Councilmember Tibbetts, have you joined us?
Mr. Tibbetts sent me a note. He may be joining us just a little bit late.
Okay, and Mayor Schwedhelm.
Here.
Okay, let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Tibbetts.
All right, thank you for that. Interpreter services are being provided in Spanish for today's meeting. Can our Zoom host explain how that will work?
Servicios de intérprete se van a estar disponibles hoy para la Junta. Van a escribir cómo va a hacer eso.
Thank you, Mayor. We have interpreters standing by. to move over to the Spanish channel for today's meeting. Live interpretation can be heard on the Spanish channel. You can join the Spanish channel by clicking on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. I'm going to add an interpreter now. Xiomara is going to be interpreting on the Spanish channel.
Hoy sí van a tener intérpretes del español. Vamos a tener un intérprete del español en el canal del español. Hay un botón abajo que parece un globo que dice interpretación. Ahí va a estar disponible y se puede escuchar en vivo todo lo que están diciendo en español por medio de ese intérprete. Ahorita Xiomara, la intérprete del español, va a estar ahí en ese canal. Entonces, si quieren escuchar la junta en español, pueden oprimir ese botón.
Thank you, Charles. Xiomara, can you briefly enable your camera and give me a visual thumbs up that you are active on the Spanish channel? Thank you. You can disable your camera and continue interpretation on the Spanish channel. Thank you very much for both interpreters. And Charles can mute and we can move on to proceed with the meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Dad, can we just check your audio? Are you able to use your audio feature?
Can you hear me?
You're broken up, but we hear noise. So maybe from our city clerk's office, if someone could give Mr. Dowd a call, see if we can work out the acoustics on his end or our end.
Yes, I'll have somebody contact him.
All right, thank you. Housekeeping, just remind council members to keep
Can
their.
you hear me now?
I could hear you that time. So the housekeeping, remind council members to keep their audio on mute unless they're speaking. Staff will remain muted until needing to speak. And as members of the public join the meeting, you'll be participating as an attendee. Your microphone and camera will be muted. Only today's panelists will be viewed during the meeting. And so with that, we'll move to item 7, which is a welcome from the mayor. Just a couple things I wanted to start out with. I want to thank everyone who participated in last night's public comment section. We had well over 100 speakers providing input to the city council, which will help us with our conversations today. And again, today is our time to review and set realistic priorities through 2021. And so with that, Mr. City Manager, do you have some comments you would like to make before we start the workshop?
Yes, I would, Mr. Mayor. I want to start off by thanking my tremendous colleagues in Team Santa Rosa, from the planners, the parking enforcement teams, parks maintenance crews, police officers, public information officers, firefighters, and IT specialists, just to name a few, who are keeping our community healthy, safe, and services performing at the highest levels during this period of pandemic and national reckoning. The team continues to lead the North Bay by adapting to ever-changing county, state, and federal guidance while balancing the specialized needs of our community. There are rumors out there about staff sitting at home doing nothing. This is untrue. Our field teams are at 100% deployment. Our counter services have adapted to the virtual environment. I cannot thank the team enough. However, the new environment is not easy. It demands more of our employees. Virtual meetings, staggered work schedules, and ever-changing protocols will and are eating bandwidth and will slow our responsiveness. I am asking council to understand this reality as it embarks on today's goal-setting exercise. There is less bandwidth and capacity than there was prior to the pandemic. Staff is requesting that the priorities be focused and carefully considered in this current set of circumstances. As city manager, I am requesting council consider 2 initiatives as tier 1 priorities. Fiscal sustainability. Council is working diligently and effectively with staff, and September 15th is the next significant milepost in this conversation. The second is organizational diversity, equity, and inclusion. I'm going to share with you some sobering statistics. 70% of our Team Santa Rosa identify as male. 80% of Team Santa Rosa identify as white. Addressing this imbalance will not be easy. It will take years, but it should be a citywide effort and elevated to the forefront by the council. Addressing it won't have the gloss and glitter of a new building or a housing project, but it will be a legacy with lasting significance. However, if it's going to be a citywide effort, then time and resources will need to be carved out. This work will require staff and resource commitment over the next year, significant commitment. And we will need to bring in outside assistance to develop a strategy that grows from the team and from community stakeholders, not simply imposed upon the organization. Finally, staff requests the council today provide some direction regarding the public input process and expected timetable regarding the PG&E settlement dollars. Thank you, council, for your continuing support and leadership during these significant and challenging times.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Manager. And if I may ask the clerk's office to share the PowerPoint that we'll be using as our guide for today's discussion. Great. Thank you. I am Greg Larson. I am a partner with Management Partners, and I'm joined by my colleague, you'll see on the screen, Sam Lieberman, who's a Principal Management Analyst. We are honored to continue the priority setting work done with the City of Santa Rosa by our colleague, Jan Perkins, over the past several years. And though our work has been disrupted over the past several months due to the pandemic, we were originally scheduled to meet right after the pandemic started in the United States. And unfortunately, that has been put off till now. But in some ways, it's all the more important today than it might have been even then. And so jumping into the program and my outline, the next slide we've already covered, which is the welcome by the mayor and council. And it is great to see the public comment last night as well as this morning, followed by the next slide, which was the city manager's comments and outlining several issues for council consideration that we'll be discussing as the day proceeds. The next slide outlines really the objectives for today. And based on conversations with each member of council last March, as well as with your staff, we identified 4 very similar objectives compared to prior years. But the first one took on new importance, which was obtaining public input. And the council, rather than dedicated just a portion of their time together this morning to public input, instead cornered a whole meeting last night to gather the comment from, as the mayor mentioned, over 100 speakers through voicemails, emails, and live presentations. We are going to do, as we've typically done, an update and review of the prior direction of the City Council through your 2019 priorities. Staff has provided a written update as part of your packet, but we'll be providing some highlights during the course of today. Then the real focus is to establish priorities for the next 6 to 8 months to get us really through the pandemic until we're able to see a glide path out of the pandemic. So trying to return to the normal schedule of late in the first quarter of each calendar year, setting your priorities to help guide budget development as well as your staff's work over the following year to year and a half. That is also timely given the November election, where you will have at least 2 new council members seated who should have an opportunity to weigh into those priorities as well. And then last, the final objective, any time together like this for focused discussion by the leadership team of a city strengthens the teamwork to the extent you have increased clarity on your goals and objectives. It makes the teamwork easier. So those are the objectives we've used previously, and that also came out of the interviews. So unless I see a council member raising a hand or question, I'll proceed to the next slide, which is really to review the agendas. Last night's meeting is completed, but as we've mentioned, you've attained significant public input, not only last night, but during the recent months, as so many issues of national reckoning have come to the fore. Our agenda today is a little more dense, but we've already almost checked off the first item, which is the mayor welcome, manager comments, and my brief overview. We are then going to jump under item 10 on your agenda to the bullets that I've lettered here, to an update on the priorities, then a very brief presentation on what we're learning from other cities on organizational constraints during these challenging times, to then a council review and direction on priorities, followed up by a brief highlighting of other direction from a year ago and where that stands, and wrapping up the meeting with an evaluation and any concluding takeaways from council members. I will highlight that we've programmed 1 break during the course of the day, but the translators have asked for additional breaks to do handoff between themselves, given the burden of continuous flow simultaneous translation. So we'll likely have 2 breaks instead of 1, but that's obviously up to the discretion of the mayor upon advice of the clerk. So that is the agenda, and I'd like to just walk through the ground rules that, again, this council is well familiar with from prior years. Thank you, clerk. Fundamental to all of this is just respect, which this council has well shown over the years in terms of listening to understand, assuming good intent, and trying to find consensus even where differences arise. Wanted to focus on consensus for a minute because while we understand democracy and your roles as elected officials comes down to majority vote, we also recognize that any team, any leadership team, even for a city or any organization, works strongest, most efficiently, and most effectively and fastest to the extent there is common alignment and direction. And the best way to achieve that is by achieving consensus in all recognizing the same ends. And of course, we ask you to speak up if we need course correction. And I just look for a raising of hands on your screen. That's probably easiest for me to identify, though the clerk, manager, or mayor can certainly identify others who need to speak. Sam is serving as our recorder today, and he will be tracking your discussion and direction above and beyond the work that your clerk always does to help prepare the report that comes forward at the end of the day. And if a council member does reference a prior point or discussion, I will call on Sam to recount that back for us if necessary. And all of that leads to the next slide, which is the end of the overview, which is the bike rack, which you've seen before. Previously, facilitators like ourselves called this the parking lot, but in today's day and age of active transportation and slow streets, we call it the bike rack, which is really a time management tool. Some issues may arise that just take too much time to address in this limited workshop. And so it gets placed on the bike rack for staff to address and schedule through your process for a more full and robust council discussion when appropriate. So before moving on to the updates, that concludes the agenda for today. I just looked to the mayor, vice mayor, and council members to make sure we're reflecting back to you what you expected for today. See a thumbs up from the mayor and the vice mayor. It looks like the other council members are nodding their head or thumbing up. So Mr. Manager, we're going to proceed to the next slide, which is the next two slides are updates on your prior direction, which the manager will address.
So I'm going to turn it over to members of the team to address the Tier 1 and Tier 2 priorities. I'm going to start with Chief Gosner so that he can address specifically some of the recovery and resilience work that he is in charge with. Mr. Gosner?
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, your mic is live.
Thank you very much. Hello, council members, city manager and the like. I'm going to give you an update on some of the preparedness initiatives that for resiliency and recovery since 2017. So there's four real items I'm going to hit. The first one is Station 5. Station 5, while we're in actively purchasing property to move Station 5, we find ourselves 3 years in, and it's a slow process. I know Mr. Nutt will discuss a little bit more, but we're working with FEMA, OES, and Haggerty moving forward with the purchase of the property and the way we are moving that station forward. It is a very slow process, but it is a meaningful process. We need to keep moving forward on that to get a permanent station for the Fountain Grove area. The second item I'm going to hit on is the NOAA radios. We were able to, for preparedness and resiliency, to get a grant through FEMA for NOAA radios. I believe the grant is somewhere around $350,000. What these radios will do, they are turned on, if you will, by the weather alerting system. So the weather in Monterey Bay Station, the weather. Sorry, I'm forgetting the term here, but they're able to activate the radios at our request for severe weather instances, whether it's fire weather, whether it's winter weather, whatever it is. We feel we're going to have a lot of radios to hand out to the residents in the Oakmont area, the Skyhawk, Fountain Grove, Coffee Park, everyone that was impacted. But with that, we need to create, and there's going to be an RFP, there's going to be a bid. So we really don't anticipate these radios getting out before this summer. We're still working through the process with OES and a few others. But we are looking at the end of the year to have these radios in place for our citizens. We feel that this is one of those areas that will be very warmly received, as well as we are, as a city and a county, using all of the alerting tools, whether it's SoCo Alert, the wireless emergency alert system, EAS, so TV and radio, and then again, Mixel as an information sharing tool. So there's a lot of work on that front that it is taking the last couple of years to get to this point. It's going to take at least the rest of the year to get those radios purchased and develop a plan to get them out to the residents of the city of Santa Rosa. The next item I'm going to talk about is evacuation planning. The city has been working very hard, so police and fire and others, public works and others, working very hard in terms of Know Your Way Out campaign. So the PIO shop has been heavily involved with that. We push this out to Oakmont and other areas of the city. It's essentially, if you live in the city, you can put in your address. It'll show you a map of your area in the GIS format and show you how to get out. That ties in line with Know Your Alerts, which talks about all of the alerting strategies that I mentioned before. And so that is ongoing as well. And we just got word yesterday that we received a grant, we as being the county, for Zone Haven. Zone Haven is a tool, a planning tool, evacuation planning tool that has community engagement built into it. So anyone can go into this. We are lucky enough to get a grant. I believe the grant is good for 2 years. It's worth right around $90,000, and we are going to map the entire county. Now, there's been a lot of work already. So the sheriff's department has been spearheading the county mapping process. The city of Santa Rosa has been involved on the law side and the fire side with the sheriff in terms of what the city is going to look like, and Zone Haven will kind of dovetail into that for the entire county. As you know, cities have different needs than some of the county. There's more rural and we're more urban, as everyone is aware, but it's one of those tools that it'll be a great tool for the county, for the city, and our residents. So we just got word yesterday that the grant was awarded, and we will be moving forward in that regard. Now, there's a lot of work that needs to be done, but Sonoma County is ahead of most other counties because we've been working on it for the last year and a half. So that part is great news. And then alert and warning, I'll mention, while I mentioned it once already, I will tell you there's an alert and warning committee that meets monthly. The county has started those meetings back up. There was a little bit of a hiatus due to COVID and some other things. So, but I will tell you, we are heavily involved in creating field guides. We're heavily involved in alerting templates. There's only so many figures, 360 figures that you can put in for a message. So we're making templates so it's much easier to get out to the public, as well as an after action committee. So every time that an alert is sent, whether it's by the county, by the city, whether it's WIA, SoCo alert, we are going to look at how that went out, how it was received. Did it hit the mark? Is there something we can do different and better? So there is a subcommittee set up just to look at the back end to make sure that we are hitting our mark for the citizens of Santa Rosa and, quite frankly, the residents of Sonoma County. We are working very closely with Sonoma County. They've been great partners with that, and we are engaged at all levels of the city when it comes to alert and warning and evacuation planning. And then the last thing I will mention is vegetation management. Everyone's aware we have a weed abatement ordinance. We do not have a vegetation management plan. Let me back up. There's 3 items. There's weeds, right? The general weeds that we are responsible for to maintain, that sometimes we do and sometimes we don't, or do as well as we could. Then there's the weed abatement ordinance, which we make everyone mow their weeds, including city parcels, to keep them low. So if a fire does start, we're able to catch that. And then vegetation management. And that's where we look at where the grasses, you keep them mowed, the brush you keep thinned out, the trees you limb, you keep, you have a holistic look at the property, keeping things away from the house. So if things did catch on fire, it would not propagate to the house. We are actively reorganizing our fire prevention bureau. We have added a 3rd assistant fire marshal within the department. Kemplin Robbins was promoted last week to fill this role. She's going to take over the Coupa program. And then Paul Lowenthal will not only be our weed abatement enforcement officer, but we are going to create a vegetation management plan for the city of Santa Rosa. 30% of our city is in the wildland urban interface. This is something we must do, we need to do, and quite frankly, it's too late. We needed to do it 10 years ago. So we're shoehorning this into fire prevention, and we're going to have to readjust how our prevention bureau moves forward. With that, we are creating a 3-year temporary inspector position to help get it off the ground. There is a lot of work that needs to go into this, but it is something that we are committed to doing, and we're just shuffling what we have now to make it work as much as we can. And it's a stretch. I will tell you, everyone's busy, and this is a very large component we're adding to the Fire Prevention Bureau, which most likely will impact the operations side as well for inspections at some level. And at that point, I think I'll leave it there and see if there's any questions, or we can move on. Thank you.
Next, we will move to Acting Chief Financial Officer, Alan Alton.
Sean, can I ask a clarifying question process-wise first?
Sure.
So we have our tier 1, tier 2 from February of 19. I was kind of following along, and I appreciate the information that the chief shared with us. But I was hoping, will we be getting an update as to what our action items were in our work plan from February of 19? Because we bulleted, in recovery and resiliency, there's 8 separate items with due dates on all of those. Will we get an update of this?
We can provide that update as part of the next. I believe we can provide an update in that format if the mayor so requested. Happy to do that with council. Right now, we're just trying to give a high-level overview of where we stand on each of these topics. An in-depth report was sent out to council updating it, but if format, happy to provide it in that format.
I think, anyway, for me, it's just helpful to track our progress, because I'm anticipating using a similar process where we put timelines meeting the staff capacity issues so that we can. We're
happy to make that adjustment and get that out. And we can even correspond it with that process. I think it was effective process to chart it out, but we can provide that in a similar format for if the council decides to do the ad hoc and the promotion of the project scheduling once the priority session is set.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so for fiscal stability, and hopefully I can follow along with what Chuck would have provided in the past. So the 2 main things that I think that we were dealing with fiscal stability was our ongoing structural deficit and the rebuilding of our reserves. One of the efforts that we did in looking at the deficit was to hire a third-party management partners to come in and to review and revise where necessary our long-range financial forecast to ensure that our assumptions going forward are where they needed to be. It provided, their work provided a better picture of where we are in the 10-year period. As you know, the fires of 2017 challenged us both financially and structurally. It drew down our reserves significantly, and we're tasked with the challenge of having to front costs for rebuilding, and the reimbursements aren't necessarily immediate. To help us with that, we passed sales tax item in 2018 to help in that rebuilding effort. It not only provided some revenue to help front those projects, but it also helped rebuild our reserves. That we had the pandemic and we kind of went back to square one where it depleted our reserves again, and we had a loss of revenue through the recession. So moving forward, we're still trying to address the structural deficit by, again, revising our forecast again to help us with the recession that we're in now. We will be coming back in September 15th to do a general fund review showing how we ended the year and moving forward. and we'll be addressing our rebuilding our reserves and our PERS expenditures and other expenditures to try to bring those in line with revenues. And that's about it.
If there are no additional questions, we'll move on to Assistant City Manager Nutt.
Good morning, Mayor and Council members. Jason Nutt, Assistant City Manager of the Operations and Transportation Portfolio. I'm going to cover a couple of different topics, one out of the Tier 1 and a couple out of the Tier 2. We're going to start with the recovery from the Tubbs fire. Work has been ongoing. We've been fairly significant. We had some fairly significant movement this upcoming year. We finally worked our way through FEMA and Cal OES on some of our more challenging negotiated projects. During the budget hearings in June, I provided a fairly detailed list demonstrating the current status of the roughly $53 million in active projects that we have. We have a number of things that are exciting and underway. Coffee Park is nearly completed. If only we could get through the shelter in place issue, we'd be able to open that to the public and have an exciting thing for community members to enjoy. The streetlight programs through both Coffee Park and Fountain Grove are actively being completed. We expect Coffee Park to be completed sometime in September and Fountain Grove in and around October. So things are proceeding fairly quickly along that line. Those will be very visible for community members to see. We are continuing to work through a few appeals. The pavement appeal, which is one that we initiated early on in this process. We spent quite a bit of time talking with FEMA headquarters about. We finally, this spring, were able to get an agreement by FEMA and Cal OES for a site visit to follow up on that. And on July 6th and 7th, FEMA, Cal OES, and Caltrans came out, met with our staff, and toured 63 segments in an effort to try to keep that project moving forward. That's about a $15 million rehabilitation project on 34 miles worth of roadway that were impacted by the debris removal mission that caused substantial damage to the roadway surfacing. The other appeal that we're currently working on is a second appeal relating to Fire Station number 5. As Tony mentioned, we're actively working this. Negotiations with the proposed property that we want to relocate to Fire Station 2 are going very well, and we're nearing the finish line there. We've already begun doing due diligence to acquire that property, and we expect that will be completed within the next 12 months. On the second appeal, we're looking at a permanent relocation category within the federal guidelines in an effort to try to achieve some financial support from the federal government through FEMA to relocate that fire station. Whether successful or not, we are also looking at 2 other potential options to help finance that. One being the CDBG funds associated with the mitigation tranche of money. That will has some potential to be able to provide us with funds to rebuild the station. And in addition, there was a $38 million additional funding provided by the federal government to the infrastructure component of the CDBG, which also provides some potential for us to receive funding to rebuild the station. We estimate that station total cost to be about $17 million to put back in place. Staff is continuing to work really hard to try to deliver these all of these projects. We expect that a majority of the projects will be complete by early 2022, with most of the work going into construction either this fall or next winter or this upcoming winter, and somewhere between 12 and 18 months to complete all of those projects. So we're very excited. We think the community will start to see some significant changes in relation to our recovery efforts associated with the fire. There were comments yesterday brought up about sidewalks. Sidewalks were one of the projects that we attempted to appeal. Our appeal was denied, and in reviewing it further with the attorney's office, there wasn't much of a stance for us to continue pushing an appeal, and we allowed that to stand. But we do still have interest in trying to work with property owners to repair those sidewalks. Moving to the tier 2, one of those is to develop a deferred maintenance plan. In May of 2019, I came and provided a study session relating to fiscal sustainability, in particular looking at an infrastructure report card. At that point, we spent time looking at 10 or 12 different infrastructure types. As you're aware, we've got about $5 billion worth of city infrastructure that we're responsible for owning and maintaining. When we compare ourselves to the national level, our grades as we identify them are slightly better than the national. But even with that, we believe that we're still looking at roughly a significant shortfall of funds necessary to keep things going of around $60 million annually in order to keep our facilities in what we would consider good condition. To give you a couple of examples of that, if we look at our roadways, we've got about 510 miles worth of road that have a current PCI rating of 61. PCI is Pavement Condition Index. That's on a scale of 0 to 100. 61 is at the bottom end of good. It's actually at the line separating good from fair. Our target is 75. At our current rate, if we wanted to keep that 61, we would need to invest approximately $18.5 million a year. We're currently investing about $11 million a year. And so we're running about a $6 to $7 million shortfall annually. If we intend to try to increase that PCI over the course of the next 10 years to 75, we would need to invest $24 million a year. And so from a deferred maintenance standpoint, that's one of those areas, and we've done this in most of these categories of infrastructure, where we've been able to identify what the delta is, and the delta being that which we need to continue to invest more in order to keep our infrastructure in a sustainable position. I don't want to go through that study session again, but I'm happy to provide details at a later date if you feel we need to. Just need to know that that at this point in time, there are very few infrastructure components that we're currently investing at the rate that we should be in order to keep things in good condition. We are in the process of developing a 5-year capital improvement program, something that actually has a fiscally constrained model to it, so that council and the public have a better way to understand how we're going to be investing those funds in an effort to try to keep and maintain at least what we've got in good condition. We understand that on the 1-year CIP program that we've currently been pushing over the last several years, it is a little bit difficult to see what's coming into the future. And so it's our intent to try to solve that and provide more clarity for everyone as we move forward. One of the other pieces when it comes to deferred maintenance that we've talked about a little bit is the accessibility improvements. We do have a current transition plan. That transition plan needs to be updated, but it does outline an area with which we have a methodology to identify which projects ADA accessibility-wise have a higher priority. And the way that really is laid out is those park properties, then city offices and government facilities, and then the public rights of way. And so staff has been trying to tackle each of those categories to the best of our ability on an internal ranking system to utilize the $1.2 million council has traditionally given us over the last 4 or 5 years. And we've been very successful at making significant progress on some of our larger parks, in particular Howarth Park, where we put about 1,200 lineal feet of new accessible pathway, as well as a bunch of other great features for the community, such in addition to the carousel leveling. Moving on to the Roseland Library, we've worked hard to connect with the library district on this. There have been a number of efforts that have gone on over the last several years. We believe at this point in time, we're in a very good position, as we always have been. But we're at a point where we're actually starting to look at a solution-based deliverable. We have reached out to the CDC and the Boys and Girls Club to determine what's happening with Roseland Village project. The CDC and Boys and Girls Club are still committed to be able to incorporate the library into that space. The Boys and Girls Club is in first position, and they will be the responsible agent and will be ultimately acquiring the property by title. And they will lease out to the Boys and Girls Club approximately 50% of the building, about 8,000 square feet. In the conversations that we've had with the library, their feeling is in order to properly serve the Southwest community, they really believe they need about 15 to 20,000 square foot. And so we've joined with their real estate team and with their leadership to evaluate other options that exist in the Southwest area, both commercial sites, school sites. We've looked at Southwest Community Park in the location where we had originally spoken about incorporating a library facility. We've looked at the potential for Fire Station 8 property once Fire Station 8 is relocated. So we're spending quite a bit of time trying to better understand what it is that the library needs so that we can best fit a type of facility for them so that it serves the community the way that they hope that it will. We're continuing to work on this program in an effort to come up with a series of reasonable alternatives that we can bring to both the City Council and the Library District Board. Library currently has an active 5-year lease, and it gives us a little bit of time to try to come up with some other options. Depending upon how we work with the library in this case, a new structure could cost up to about $20 million. A purchase structure could cost in the world of about $10 million, and the potential lease of a structure could be anywhere from $100,000 to $300,000 annually. So there are definitely some costs that are coming down the line. We have not discussed a financing protocol with the library, meaning we haven't settled on whether the city will be responsible for obtaining those, the property or the construction or the lease, or whether the library will take the lead on that. So that's all part of the information to come once we start to settle a little bit more on what we think the long-term disposition of the library needs to be. So with that, Mayor, that concludes my remarks. I'm happy to answer more questions about any of these 3 items. And with that, I'll close.
Greg, do you want to facilitate the questions?
I see Councilman Dowd.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My question or request is maybe even more appropriate on the deferred maintenance. I think all of us should recognize that when you defer maintenance, what was a $1 million repair can easily become a $5 million repair if you don't show its attention. And I would kind of like, first of all, I think when you start to defer maintenance, you have to take care of the projects that are most critical. But I also think you need to have a game plan as to how you're going to work your way back. And I would like to see a more complete analysis from staff as to what the strategy might be and where that puts us in 5 years or 10 years. Because I think the council needs to be acutely aware that that's what you do when you put off maintenance.
Thank you for that. We're happy to begin developing a prioritization list as part of our 5-year program that we intend to bring to council this upcoming fiscal year. Prioritization has been, we've discussed utilizing the council goals and tier priorities as part of the prioritization program. In reviewing what other agencies have done, that does take a central component of it. We have utilized that recently as we looked at the Regional Transportation Plan and Measure M reauthorization program to ensure that the project list was prioritized in a way that best fit our organizational values as they're currently laid out for us. But Councilmember Dowd, I'm happy to provide more detail on the methodology that we think we should use to deliver projects in a concise and critical way, and then look for feedback from council at that point.
Thank you.
I don't see any other council hands raised, so Mr. Manager, back to you.
And finally, Assistant City Manager Guin.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of council. I'll going to touch real quickly on the rest of these goals and give a quick update on the rebuild. We've seen about 83% of the homes that were lost in the fire are some form of rebuilding. 45% of those homes are completely rebuilt, and those residents are back home. Put numbers to it, that's 1,300 homes that are completed, and 874 homes that are actively under construction today. In addition, on the rebuild side, we'll be coming back to the City Council in October, or sooner than October, to update the Resilient City Ordinance that you put in place after the fire that put in a number of measures to help rebuild and help people get back home. That needs to be extended, but also updated with some things we've learned over the years. So you'll see that come to you. Second, on our comprehensive housing approach, a lot going on there with the general plan update kicking off. The downtown specific plan that you'll see coming for adoption this year. On a side note, on the downtown, we're working with 5 housing development projects in the downtown core, all based off of work that you've done over the past couple of years, setting policies in place to encourage that to happen. Rental assistance programs, working through the CDBG DR. I'm still tracking that, working with the state to make sure that that funding does come forward to try to help alleviate our housing crisis. We also are working on our housing element update and working with the state on the housing methodology committee, which is our RENA allocation number. So that's going to be important. That sets the goal for us and will help set some direction over the next couple of years in terms of what our production needs to look like and what policies might need to be in place. We're also looking at updating our neighborhood revitalization program. And then we got a grant from the Renewal Enterprise District to fund establishment or study and establish an enhanced infrastructure finance district for the downtown, which will help with affordable housing and infrastructure needs in the downtown. Move to homeless real quickly. You did have a study session on this. Director Gwine and Program Manager Kuykendall gave a really good overview of what's going on the homeless side. So I won't repeat all that. There is a 2-tiered work plan that was put in place that addressed sustaining programs, building regional partnerships, restoring shelter capacity, working on an exit plan for Finley and our Sandman hotels, in addition to safe parking programs, job training, and then really looking at what the scale of the program needs to be to meet the need of our community. And I'll move over to climate action plan. Again, a lot going on the climate action front, not just with our portfolio, but across the entire city is working on this. Over the past year, in your budget, you did move to 100% renewable energy through the purchase of Evergreen. Established a city council subcommittee on climate. We did approve the all-electric ordinance that went into effect January. So all new housing projects under three stories and under are now 100% electric. In addition, we adopted the zero waste policy. We did have a climate action subcommittee last week, and we touched on vehicle miles traveled and reusable compost foodware ordinance. And we did hear from the public about what items they want to see in the future for that agenda. So we'll be compiling that and working with the subcommittee to identify where those go next. In addition, TPW doing a lot of work with purchasing electric buses, looking at different fare policies for transit, working with facilities to identify, looking for energy audits on facilities, and I'm participating in all the work in the downtown and the zero waste policy methods. Moving quickly over to minimum wage. Minimum wage did go into effect, so the council did approve that. That effort was led by our Economic Development Division Director De La Rosa. That went into effect July 1st. We were able to meet the employer notification requirements through the direct mailing and web promotions. We're working right now on the January 1st CPI increase. So we've worked with finance and we've met with Petaluma to make sure we're in coordination and lockstep on how that information is put out to the public. So you'll start to see that soon as that information gets pushed out. On the mobile home rent item, we did work with the mobile home residents, and we found that we solicited proposals to help us identify a process to cap the arbitration fee and reintroduce the fee if the balance falls below a certain threshold. And then also to arbitrate proposal if there's a tie. What happened is we didn't see any proposals come in. COVID hit, and we did talk with the park residents. And based on the fact that we don't anticipate any increase this year to the index, and with everything else going on, that we did put a pause on that effort, and we're all on the same page of being okay with that this year, but to revisit that as things start to change. Then moving over to childcare, this is obviously a big push right now. Again, our Economic Development Division Director, Dale Rosa, is taking the lead on helping work with our employer-supported childcare group, which they're developing a pilot program, which is really great, with 4 C's, first 5, the chamber, to identify funding, to do basically 3 things: provide grants to existing home-based centers that have remained open through this issue of COVID, to fund additional new training for certifying childcare teachers, and to find new locations for centers. So it's going to be a big effort over the next short term, but and the long term. But just so you know, we are involved in that process and actively pursuing. And finally, cannabis. Cannabis continues to move. We're continuing to see cannabis facilities open up. We have approved 41 cannabis applications, a mix of manufacturing, cultivation, retail, distribution. We currently have under review 18 more. We have 18 additional under construction and 5 ready to go. So there's more stuff coming online. And we've seen, compared to last year, about $100,000 increase in sales tax in our cannabis sales tax revenue. So we're starting to see an impact both on the revenue side, but also we're seeing the same thing through the building permit side. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Before moving from this slide, we'll pause for any council questions on what was just discussed by the director.
Greg, the one issue that hasn't been addressed, there has been very little progress on the city charter review. There were 2 strategic staff turnovers within the organization and a series of events. So there is no progress to report on that front at this time.
So with that, before proceeding with the rest of the updates on the next slide, I don't see any council hands up. So let's go to the next slide, Madam Clerk. Great. Sean?
Yes, the tier 3 of future opportunities, we're not going to go into detail. There has been progress on some of those. Those were outlined in the packet that was supplied to the council. I do want to emphasize earlier direction from this year. We're trying to figure out, as through this priority setting, how to address these issues. One of these is public safety and human services reform. The Public Safety Subcommittee, it had its first meeting. It is scheduled to have a second meeting this Friday beginning at 9 a.m. One of the topics of conversation is that intersection. And there will be some programmatic discussions. And so that is underway, and council should see some developments on that front. Now, the community engagement and outreach is specific to a specific project. This is, and Greg will be handling this at the end of the priority setting session. This is specifically about what council wants included in the community outreach provided as regards to the PG&E settlement dollars. So we're looking for specific expectations so that we can meet those expectations on the community engagement and outreach front for the PG&E dollars and come back to council with the results of that. And then lastly, the organizational diversity, inclusion, and equity issue that I raised earlier. This would require significant lift by the organization. I think the statistics speak for themselves of why this lift is a necessity. We're prepared to carry on in our piecemeal fashion, addressing strategic places within the organization, but we're looking for commitment in terms of prioritization from council on this particular issue. And so that concludes this portion, this slide.
Mr. Mayor, we're at the 1 hour mark almost. I know our translators have asked for a periodic opportunity to change translators, or we have about a 10-minute presentation before we jump into the hard work, and then we could take a longer break then.
Yep. Why don't we go with the 10-minute presentation, then we'll take a 10-15-minute break at the conclusion of that portion.
Great. Thank you. May we jump to the next slide? So this is research, right? It's more experiential research, not academic research, that our firm has done over the last several years. And the prior facilitator for these sessions, Jan Perkins, and myself have really led this work for the firm. And we just call it the iceberg model of organizational constraints. And that is most of the work of the organization, except for those people being served individually, are kind of the hidden part of the iceberg. And as we'll show in just a minute, for most municipalities, roughly 85% of their resources are allocated to ongoing day-to-day responsibilities, which really just leaves 15% for the highest priorities. And this varies at 15%. We've seen it as low as one organization calculated out to about 10%. I've never seen it above 17, 18%, but it really depends on resources and particularly kind of management time capacity, because it's typically the managers that are driving ahead the highest priorities for the council and community, particularly if they're change programs, such as organizational culture change, a comprehensive approach to infrastructure backlogs, to reviewing police and public safety priorities and human services reform. All of those come from the policy direction of the council and are really led by the leadership and supervisors of the organization, though the day-to-day service delivery, as the manager mentioned in the beginning, is really contingent on that incredible frontline staff that's delivering police and fire and public works and utility and other services to your constituents on a day-to-day basis. So this is the model, and I want to make it a little bit real for you on the next slide, if we could proceed. In this slide, we'll build first what we often talk about as staff capacity, where at most, or at least, 75% of your staff time is devoted to day-to-day services. And what surprises many people is that even managers spend at least 70% of their time focused on internal operations, either contract and expenditure review, hiring and personnel issues, supervision and quality control. I mean, all of that takes a lot of time internally that's often untracked. And what we've identified through our work is that staff turnover, emergencies such as the one we're all facing right now. We actually jokingly refer to it as 3 crises in one. It's not just one, you're getting a threefer here with economic, pandemic, and societal issues that need to be addressed coming to the fore. Changing direction can be a negative factor. If staff has gotten clear direction to go left, and then all of a sudden, I'm not talking politically, to go northeast, and then gets a clear direction to go southeast, that changing direction requires the ship to change. And there's just inefficiency in that. So unclear or changing direction can be a challenge. And then if there's inadequate tools, be it technology or otherwise. However, positive factors, which this city seems blessed with, has been dedicated staffing that's committed to the services, and even though you've had some turnover at the executive ranks, is clearly a focused organization on serving the community. Reliance and ability to attract external resources. We'll talk about the PG&E settlement later. That's a unique opportunity coming out of a unique challenge your community faced. But then what becomes important, and why we're so impressed with this city doing this priority setting process year after year, is having those clear priorities and direction helps your staff be more efficient and effective in getting what you want done. Next bullet, please. Financial capacity is also an easy one to understand. Most city funds are allocated to personnel, and most personnel are allocated to day-to-day services priorities, leading fundamentally to that 15% available for special needs. Your CIP budget often attracts that new opportunity for capital improvements. And typically when you go to the public or for new resources, there's usually, whether legally or just expectations, for new services or maintained services, such as with the police funding measure, baseline funding measure a few years ago. Some investments can wisely reduce future costs. Again, technology is often used as the example. And all of this leads to a focus on one-time resources and opportunities, because that's really where the greatest flexibility is for most of our city clients throughout California. That's all been turned up by the pandemic recession, and your prior focus on financial stability is putting you in good stead now for dealing with the fiscal crisis that so many cities are facing as a direct result of the pandemic. And you'll spend a lot more time between now and September 15th focusing on that. But one that may be more unique is the next column that the clerk can advance, which is council capacity. This is just your typical council. I think you spend a lot more time on city business, but the analogy remains the same, which for a typical city in California, they average about 30 meetings a year and about 5 hours per meeting. This is before data is from prior to the heightened public input that so many cities are seeing right now, as we saw last night. But in general, if you assume that 150 hours available for the council to sit together on a screen or in a room, because it's as a body, you provide power and direction to your staff. And then when you take those 150 hours and recognize a not atypical meeting includes a closed session, an hour on land use issues, which are often most divisive in your community, an hour on finance or contracts or CAFR review and the like, and then an hour on miscellaneous other items, be it ceremonial or a new policy of some sort in whatever department. That really leaves the council with only 1 hour in an average case on their priorities. 20% of their time is available for the most councils sitting as a body to focus on their priorities. Again, another data point proving that iceberg model of how it just takes a lot of resources from the council, through your budget, through your staff, to run the city. And you have to carve out finite resources to focus on the change you want, which is typically your priorities. The next two columns will come up together. They're the last two elements of organizational capacity. And the first one we think is particularly important now, and that's community capacity. We have rising divisiveness at all levels of government. We have rising single or narrow issue interests that are focused primarily on their single agenda. You just have rising complexity of issues. No one level of government in our structure can cure homelessness. The city has a role, the county has a role, other special districts have a role, the state and even the federal government have a role. So they're much more complex. But then there's simultaneously rising expectations from the public, much of it stemming from the technology change we've gone through, where everything is so much more instantaneous, which typically doesn't play to government strength, is trying to achieve consensus and input on major issues before they go forward. So it's inherently hard for government to move as quickly as the public sometimes demands in this day and age. We also have just learned that the community's capacity to handle big issues by their city government has a life cycle of its own. And what we're facing right now is a multitude of big issues coming forward for the city of Santa Rosa. You're still dealing with 2017 recovery and resiliency. You're dealing with the pandemic, both in terms of how it affects how your organization operates, but the needs of your community, as well as just the fear and concern that's palpable about the unknown. You have the Black Lives Matter and the defund the police and the other community norms and expectations that have arisen during this period. You have climate change as an underlying issue that's out there, rising economic and social stratification. So to some extent, we're seeing many communities have reached their capacity. You know, they're 15% available from living their lives to focus on the issues impacting the city is being forced to expand at a time that's very challenging. And then we have all the external dynamics we're aware of. While state mandates have often risen to the top of the heap in prior years as a negative concern, except for possibly the RENA numbers, the state appears to be trying to be more flexible on Brown Act and other operating dynamics of cities to help them be more effective. But the recession comes back into play here, where we have the economic tumult for your community, for the economy as a whole, and its fiscal impacts on the organization. So this brief lecture, really, from our experience with so many other jurisdictions, is just to highlight that iceberg model of 15% being available for special projects is probably shrinking right now. You know, while we don't have real-time data, I think given what's happening within organizations, coming up with different workflows through Zoom and otherwise, you know, that capacity for the new has really shrunk from where it has been for your city, where I think you were probably above average. You maybe were in the 15 to 20 range, where I think every city is now dropping to 10% capacity to handle the new during this remaining 6 to 8 months until we see a path out of the recession, or excuse me, out of the pandemic. And that really leads to something that the manager spoke about last night and that I've contemplated and spoke about earlier today, is when we get to the priority setting work, the hard work the council has to do today after the break, having the right timeline in frame is in mind is important. And what we'd recommend is, given that limited capacity, where your capacity is shrunk down to, let's just use 10% for now as a talking number, that you focus, where do you want to allocate that discretionary 10% over the next 6 months to help blaze that path out of the recession, and kind of limit the priority setting to that focus, because we know after the council election, and with hopefully some daylight ahead coming out of the recession, as well as leading into your next, out of the pandemic, as well as leading into the next budget setting process in April, is probably the time to get back to your typical annual priority setting session, where you're doing that 12 to 18 month look ahead. Where do we need to drive the city ahead? And let's focus today on where do we need to be for the next 6 to 9 months to get the community and the organization on the path that sets the stage for that future discussion. So that's my recommendation at this point before we go into break. Mr. Mayor, I'd turn it to you and the Vice Mayor for any comment on that timeline focus, or the manager to follow up, and then to council questions.
No, I appreciate that information. It's all very, very relevant to our upcoming discussions. So, Ms. Vice Mayor, do you have any comments, or council any questions? Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Greg. I've yet to see ever such a clear synopsis of the realities of the pressures placed on government and on the council and on staff. It was really helpful to see that. It would be, I hope the community gets a good look at that capacity, because it is oftentimes where the frustration begins is with the community not quite understanding the pressures that are placed on cities to do all of the things that are necessary and things that are wants, as opposed to the needs. So I really appreciate that. That was really helpful, that presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, I would just offer the one that I didn't have it in my presentation about the council capacity, how many hours we're putting in. I think that is grossly underestimated. I'll just leave it at that. Grossly underestimated.
I thought the 5 hours per council meeting was an interesting choice of a number as well.
If you just took those hours and just if we did nothing but communicate with our constituents via email or voicemail, it would be more than those hours alone. But in any event, with no additional questions, then why don't we go ahead, let's just reconvene at 11:30. 11:30, we'll reconvene. Madam City Clerk, are we ready to resume?
Yes, I am.
Okay, let's reconvene our meeting. Can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Dowd? Councilmember Tibbetts? Councilmember Tibbetts?
Daniel.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rogers?
Here.
Councilmember Oliveris?
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming? Mayor Schwedhelm?
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts, have you joined us? Okay, let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thank you. Mr. Larson, I'll hand it back to you.
Great, thank you very much. And while the clerk is returning the slideshow to the screen, for those following along from the public, we are under agenda item 10, the third bullet, called Council Review, Discussion, and Direction on Priorities. This is where we will spend the substance of the rest of our time together today, as this is the primary deliverable from the organization, for the organization from this workshop. I want to discuss first just kind of the council's evolving priorities and answer any questions you have, make sure we have agreement on the list of priorities. And then given the uniqueness of Zoom as a facilitation tool, we can't really have you all get up and place dots on a white piece of paper when you're all in different locations or on a screen. So we've done that as a virtual exercise, and I'll share the results of that. And that virtual dotting is really just to frame the council's discussion and direction going ahead. So, Madam Clerk, is the screen shared, the PowerPoint?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay, great. It's not showing up on my screen, so I hadn't seen it. Okay, good. So it's always best to start the priority setting discussions with a representation of your mission and vision. So if that slide is on the screen, that would be preferred.
We are showing slide 14 right now.
Great. And if the council could just take a moment to read the mission and vision. Then those set the stage for all the priority setting work, and it's just the appropriate place to start all of our work. And for public dialing in, the mission is to provide high quality public services and cultivate a vibrant, resilient, and livable city. And the long-term vision is Santa Rosa, leading the North Bay. Now we come to the priority setting. You've seen the slide with Jan before, and anything is possible. That's the art of what you all do as public policy leaders, but recognizing that we can't do everything. And that's fundamental to getting some things done and done well. So moving on to the next slide. Evolving council priorities. So these are the tier 1s and tier 2s that you saw a year ago with your adoption and that your staff updated you on previously. And I'm just putting there to kind of launch the evolving of your priorities up through including today. If the clerk hits the next button. You'll see March interviews. I was able to interview 6 of the 7 council members in March and identified from you there your priorities looking ahead. And as I'll do on all the lists I present to you today that are based on interviews, they're roughly placed in order of frequency of mention. For public process and Brown Act reasons, I don't assign votes to any of these, but the items that were mentioned most frequently during the interviews are listed at the top, and the items mentioned less frequently at the bottom. However, I only include items that were mentioned by at least 2 members of council, just to ensure that it's not a single issue topic that can probably best be addressed directly with staff. What I found fascinating from the March interviews is while the order changed somewhat, the top 5 items in March were really the top 5 items you had in Tier 1, even though the orders changed a little bit. It was really the same substance, and some of the language changed, which led to much of what I heard from many of you in March is, we still have so much to do on those priorities, we should just roll them over. And if there was any common theme from my interviews with both your staff and with the council in March, it was our prior Tier 1s will probably remain our Tier 1s. And then even on what is below the blue line that was still of importance to the council, almost all of those were reflected in some way or another in your prior Tier 2 priorities as well. But it does show you a narrowing of focus from what you adopted in 2019 to what was said during the course of the interviews in March. Next slide, please.
Greg, I'm not sure if you can see, but Mr. Tibbetts has his virtual hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Tibbetts.
Yeah, thank you, Greg. Thank you, Tom. I hope this isn't gonna, lead us down a rabbit hole with a lot of discussion. Maybe we want to table it for later, but when I looked at our mission statement, I was wondering if we should update it in light of some of the protests and feelings of disaffection, if that's the right word, or dissatisfaction with kind of the state of the city these days in terms of being diverse and inclusive. And I was wondering if we should add that to the mission statement to kind of acknowledge the current thought process. I mean, just piggybacking on what Sean said this morning about the city being 70% male and 80% white, it might help keep that in focus for years to come.
It's obviously up to council direction. We did not schedule time in the agenda today for a review of the mission and vision. We do think that is an excellent task to go through as a periodic pulling the organization into alignment. My just off the cuff recommendation would be that if the council chooses organizational diversity, equity, and inclusion as a priority, that's almost the starting point of that discussion. How do we reframe the mission and vision of the organization to reflect the issues that Councilman Tibbetts and Manager McGlynn have brought up? And that would be a natural starting point to bring back to your next priority session in February is modifications to reflect that. I partially mentioned that because it's our experience, missions and visions need to be a collaborative, involved process and not simply a rewriting on the fly, because part of what you're trying to do is build consensus behind it.
That's agreeable, as long as maybe in February we save some time for that. I don't mean to derail us now.
Mr. Manager, I'll look to you. Could you see that fitting into the DEI priority?
Absolutely could see it being a component of the DEI priority.
Okay, thank you. Then, assuming we're back on the slides now, I would like to move to that slide that is now in front of you, the July fiscal interviews. While I did not conduct these interviews, my colleagues who are working on your fiscal modeling project did, and they naturally asked, well, what are the council's priorities? So this kind of created a good counterpoint to pre-pandemic, which was a rollover of the prior, to post-pandemic, as well as community engagement discussion on what's top of mind for the council. Clearly, homelessness and fiscal sustainability and public safety were at top of mind, while the rebuilding and recovery remained, and then utilities popped up. And as I've probed a little bit during later interviews, that was a little bit more about infrastructure and sustainability of the utility system. Appeared to be the council focus for the couple who raised that. But clearly a bit of a shift from March to July, given the public discourse in part, as well as the reality of what the city and most cities are facing fiscally. I will add that avoiding layoffs came up explicitly in some of those interviews because they were very budget focused. And that does not mean preventing layoffs or no layoffs. It was clearly that layoffs, not even as a strategy of last resort, but a recognition from the council interview notes I saw that the council is committed to the workforce, recognizes the services delivered, and wants to avoid layoffs to the extent possible. And then we have the more recent direction that has come out of the public discussion that the manager spoke about early on, which was public safety and human services reform, community engagement and outreach, particularly around the PG&E settlement, and an organizational focus that has come through the public discourse on a need for diversity, inclusion, and equity for the organization to better serve its community and to understand the issues going forward. So based on those four inputs, your 2019 priorities, the March interviews, the July interviews, and the more recent council direction that was not done as part of a priority setting process, but clearly was expressed expectations from council that your staff heard, I compiled the next slide that the council saw in the agenda packet, which is possible priorities. And this is the list that Jan has previously provided more real time with you during the course of these Zoom workshops, but we had to adapt as we are with all our clients to do priority setting remotely. So we provided these and collapsed them together where they were linked issues that are kind of in the same workflow for staff. Because really what we're talking about are not headline priorities, but work management priorities for the organization, for your staff to achieve the council's direction. So fiscal stability, funding opportunities, and avoiding layoffs are all part of that macro budget process. That's why they were put together. Homelessness and affordable housing came up specifically as linked issues from council members, so I left them in this presentation. However, the circles, the Venn diagram on the right, really reflect the interconnection of so many of these issues. Public safety priorities and human services reform clearly links to homelessness service and response, and affordable housing clearly links to your housing strategy. And even that housing strategy, why council members see the downtown portion of that being particularly important, that then links to downtown vibrancy. So I just mentioned all that. While we provide this list, it is to some degree a cutting of issues and pieces which do have overlaps and interconnections, and we recognize that. And probably most significant is the fiscal stability one, in that, as several council members mentioned, a couple council members mentioned last March, and one just in the last week, that fiscal stability is an underpinning to everything we do. So to some extent, it either shouldn't be a priority at all because it's a given, or it's the macro and all-encompassing priority that drives everything else. And excuse me, I just noticed my picture of the council has disappeared from the screen, so I couldn't see if hands were up, so I'm pulling it back up.
No hands are raised at this time, Greg.
Thank you very much.
Running into issues.
Okay. excuse the pause. There we go. So before moving on to the virtual dotting exercise, I wanted to ask if there were any questions on this list, but I should highlight one other point as well, which is that many council members, as well as many members of the public last night, cited the PG&E settlement as a particular tool or resource to address whatever priorities the council chooses. And so our recommendation would be that rather than setting the PG&E settlement as a priority in itself, that following the priority setting process, we come back and discuss what's the process the council would like to see used to garner public input to meet the priorities established by the council through this process. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll turn it to you for any public comment on, or council comment on the priorities as they've been presented on the slide. And I see Mr. Dowd's hand up.
Yeah, I had one question too. Number 9, you've got government council reform. Could you share a little bit more about what is meant by that?
Yes, it's actually one where the council is of divergent opinions, what that means. There are council members who think it means just moving forward with the prior charter reform efforts, to a review of the council policy manual now or next year, to moving to a directly elected or stronger mayor function, or keeping the current function. And all of what I've just shared with you, each of those polarities are differences of opinion I heard from the council. So while there were many mentions of it as a possible priority, they were typically lower level. It was a lower level of priority, and there was not clarity or consistency of direction coming from the council voices. If that were chosen by the council at the end as one of your, it doesn't appear to have support to be a top tier 1 priority, but even if it was chosen as a tier 2 or ultimately as a future priority, my sense is the council will need some time getting into alignment to provide clear direction to staff and the community on the nature of the reform that's wanted, because based on the information to date, that alignment doesn't seem present.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Fleming, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Mr. Larson, where I was going to go was I wanted to get some more information about the council reform, and because to my mind it included all those things, but also really the urgent issue around equity in terms of the fact that our council works so much more than 150 hours a week. Many of us are working nearly full time. I'm sure the mayor's working 2 full-time jobs on the council, and that that for those of us who are not retirees, that an unfunded or unpaid position is just not really tenable, and that when many of us ran, it was not the disaster situation that we're all finding ourselves in, and that if we want to have a diverse body that's of high quality and reflects the residents of our city, we're going to need to pay the council. And I know that gives politicians heartburn, but I think we need to be bold and have some leadership. And so I just wanted to make sure that when I heard that, not only did I think that it really should have been nested under diversity and inclusion within the organization, because if you look at us as a body, we are sorely lacking in that. And if we're going to say the organization needs to do it, I think we need to step up and do it. So yes, the charter review, all that stuff goes together, but that was what that meant to me when I saw it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I didn't mention the council compensation and full-time status, and let me apologize. Certainly no insult was intended by the 150 hours. That was simply the average for, I'll be blunt, you're a larger city. For smaller cities, their average time on the dais in full council meetings. And that excludes all your constituent work, all your research, all your reading time, all your committee time, all your time meeting with staffs in public hearings, which clearly, given I think in the city of Santa Rosa, your actual dais time is probably double. which means your other time is likely double that as well. So certainly no offense was intended.
No offense was
hear the
taken.
message.
I wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, sure. And I do understand the linkage of the council composition to the organizational diversity and inclusion question. That is a fair question. That's probably a harder one for staff to handle in a staff process because you're their bosses. But I could see that being a component of that priority if that's what the council wishes.
Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think I want to piggyback on what the Vice Mayor just said. I think when we first did our interviews back in early March, some of these issues took on a different meaning than they take on now, post-COVID. And I think that that's actually a good thing because we don't know what's going to be thrown at us next. And I think that our priorities should be nimble as well. I too was going to talk about council reform, and I think before in March, what that really meant for me was this idea of doing at least limited charter review this year. That seems unlikely to happen at this point, but I do think that council reform, paid council members, things like that, do also are critical for our equity conversation as well. So I think that the Vice Mayor is on the nose on that one. I also, we had talked a lot about downtown and vibrancy, and I'm wondering if in the COVID, post-COVID kind of era, if that means the same thing to the council as economic recovery, as small business recovery, some of those other things. I'm perfectly happy to leave them lumped in together because I think that they do go hand in hand. But I think that it also might be worth discussing whether setting a economic recovery priority by itself relative to COVID it has its own merits and would benefit staff for that level of clarity.
Okay, Mr. Dowd, did you have your hand raised? Please.
I recognize that some of these things that I'm going to mention now can fit into the categories that Mr. Larson has already put up on the sheets. But I want to emphasize that I feel strongly that the city council needs to look into ways to support our community's businesses. I have this bad vision of seeing vacancies and boarded up businesses throughout our community. And that understandably would impact the city's revenue significantly and the overall feeling in our community. So I would like to see if we can look for ways to financially support our businesses much as we did with the minimum wage for employees. We just need to look at it. The other one is last evening, I counted them as we went through, and we had about 110 public speakers or email comments. 90% plus or minus were about, I just feel like as we listen to our community, we need to look into that to find what is feasible in that arena. And then the last one, I think, is purely stated already, but I'll repeat it with a different word. And it says public safety, and I'm in my own mind wanting to support reorganization of the Santa Rosa Police Department so that it better can handle the things that it needs to do, and the community can handle other things such as homelessness, mental illness, drug addiction, etc. So, but that, I think, as long as we're aware that it fits, I just want to be sure we don't lose sight of that. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from council? Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I've been wondering about what may be a minor change in how we view some of our priorities. Is there room for an umbrella that doesn't really fit into the mission or it's more than a mission, and it's not a vision. But when I think about umbrella policies, for instance, we've spoken about the concept of being considering the climate in the decisions that we make. And I'm wondering if we had an umbrella that encompassed things like fiscal stability. Indeed, every decision that we make costs money. Well, I can't think of a thing. I probably could come up with something if given enough time. Everything we do, generally speaking, costs money. So fiscal sustainability or stability is actually a piece of every decision that we make. So I have a hard time understanding why it becomes a priority if it's actually within every decision that we make. And is there room not only for fiscal stability and the environment or climate change, an umbrella that informs all of the decisions that we make? Now, I don't know if that complicates things somewhat, but for me, it's an overriding consideration is, can we afford it? So I'm throwing it out there because I'm wondering if that, excuse me, almost frees up some of the priorities based on the fact that we always have to, at least personally, and I think all of my colleagues as well, need to consider fiscal stability on all of the decisions that we make.
So I'm gonna step in a little bit. Again, just to remind the council that we're looking for a 6 to 9 month roadmap in this conversation to create a space where staff can prioritize. I don't disagree, council member. I actually think that that's true, Councilmember Sawyer, that you could create an umbrella, but there's competing resource allocation that needs to be assigned. And one of the things that we're talking about doing is looking at the long-term stability forecast, and that's what's been carved out. That requires resources to work across the organization to look at that long-term stability. We could delay that work, but that's a significant workload in and of itself to pull that staff together to do it. I'm not trying to get in the way of setting a prism under which you would view the requirements. That can be a prism that we could approach that things need to match or direction. But I'm also looking for some clear way for staff to evaluate where to resource over the next 6 to 9 months. We can have maybe a way to vision that, but I still need some direction, and the team needs some direction about how to prioritize workload in that conversation. So I'm saying both. We could set some parameters around the way we look at things. I think staff would appreciate that, but we also are going to have this issue where we have diminished resources, and I'll show this. The virtual meeting space takes up a lot of staff time to set up, manage, work through, and they're not quick and easy solutions. So if we're going to hold a bunch of community meetings around a particular topic, a lot of resources going to be thrown to that, as well as a lot of bandwidth. So I'm saying that I believe there's a way to manage, there's a way to give us a lens to look through, and we would be open for that, but we don't want to lose sight of how do we process workload and competing agendas to make sure that we've got the right things in front of council in a timely manner.
I appreciate that, and I one of the things that resonates with me and why this is fairly important also is we will be having at least 2 new council members coming in January, and I think it's important, especially for new council members who have not had to deal with the grim reality of fiscal management and fiscal reality, to have that umbrella always whatever is contained under that umbrella, to have that always in place so that the council can the current council or those that are already seated can point to that umbrella and say, thank you, council member. It's a great idea, but due to the umbrella that the council has agreed to, which is always changeable, that this umbrella is suggesting that, although a great idea, probably wouldn't be able to handle it at this point due to this particular restriction, if you will. A little handy for new council members.
And Mr. Sumi, I would just want to echo a little bit of what Mr. Sawyer said. In using Greg's analogy of the iceberg, I'm concerned about the 85% day-to-day operations, so that fiscal window, equity and diversity at the root of everything we're doing in climate action, that staff, that 85%, that it may not be a council priority, but those are the umbrellas and the filter that staff is evaluating the impacts on whatever we decide.
And that's absolutely what I said. I think we're open to that sort of. That's what I'm saying. I think we can manage both as long as we don't lose the priority setting. We can apply a filter to do analysis.
Right. And if I might offer, just from other jurisdictions for Santa Rosa to determine if it's correct for them, is what you're really talking about is inculcating these as values that then inform all that you do. And that could be a commitment to environmental sustainability, a commitment to equity and inclusion, a commitment to fiscal stability. Those could all indeed be value statements that frame all of what you do as an organization. And many jurisdictions do adopt values such as that for both their workforce and the council. The one caveat I would offer is even one client who is incredibly fiscally strong. They have incorporated fiscal responsibility into their day-to-day operations from the lowest level to the top, as I think you have. But when the pension crisis hit, it became a project because it was a change item. It wasn't just their normal fiscal responsibility. It required concerted effort to address. Similarly, I think the impacts of the pandemic recession on local governments are creating a fiscal stability challenge that are above and beyond the norm, that's requiring extraordinary staff, council, and community work. And then when you have diversity and inclusion being added as a new initiative, that's another change program that just adopting it as a value doesn't make it real until you've gone through the harder work of making it have legs. And so I think the end goal for fiscal stability, environmental responsibility, and commitment to equity and inclusion would become values that are in the DNA of the organization that inform everything the council and your staff does at all levels. But the staff is coming to you to say which of those are priorities to focus on now.
Thank you for that, Greg. That was very helpful. Vice Mayor Fleming.
Yeah, thank you very much. Where I wanted to go with this was, I do agree that we need to have lenses through which we evaluate things, values, in particular, the financial sustainability, as mentioned by the mayor and Councilmember Sawyer, as well as organizational diversity and the climate change. But that having been said, where I'm coming at it from with financial sustainability is that it is my expectation that this organization is going to already be doing that. And that last year we made financial sustainability a specific goal, and that led to a less than excellent reorganization, or an opportunity to reorganize our organization in a way that created less equity, was highly problematic, and did not have significant council input in that process. And so, burn me once, but I don't really feel like this is outside of the scope of regular duty. I get that we are in unusual times, but we also have unusual income coming in, and I feel like if managers and directors are not already thinking about financial sustainability and long-term plans, and they're not doing their jobs. And so, I think that this has to just be an organizational value. And it's, I think what we see here is that this is a play to protect staff time, and I'm not buying it this year. So that's where I'm at with this one.
Mr. Tibbetts.
Thank you, Tom. I've got to say I'm a little bit aligned with Vice Mayor Fleming on this one, and also, what Greg said, or the way in which he said it to me, was kind of like, if we want to have fiscal stewardship be a priority, then let's actually specifically call out what that is. If it's reducing our unfunded liability, then maybe our goal is to look at our unfunded reserve at the end of the budget year and make a contribution against that, but make it specific. I feel like with it being a priority and being the top priority, it actually becomes a rationale to stop the council from being as responsive to the community as we were elected to be. If there is an issue that comes up that the community feels very strongly about, we want to be able to bring that forward and discuss that issue, do resource-intensive community meetings to gather input on that issue, and that's just the way it is. And if there's, but I mean, really the job of staff on an individual, from the lay staff person to a deputy to the city manager, is to filter those projects through the organization and, do a quick analysis of, can we afford this? And like our staff reports say, impacts to the general fund or fiscal impact. That is where the council rightfully gets information about the cost of whatever that initiative is. And then it's up to us to make the decision to maybe extend the organization, or to say, what, staff has provided a good analysis of this, and even though this is a community want, it's just something that the community can't afford. So I firmly believe that this is something that just needs to happen naturally and is not listed as a priority.
Thank you for that. And if I could just add, because my take on the fiscal sustainability is part of the discussion that we had at our last council meeting. What are the revenue streams, and are we too reliant on sales tax? Do we need a more stable revenue source for fiscal stability, aka a parcel tax, UUT, TOT, or any of the other tax measures? For me, that's fiscal stability, and that's what we do have control of, so that we can control that revenue stream. The other half of the equation is the expenditure stream, which I just heard some of my colleagues mention. Mr. Sawyer, is your hands new up or still up? Okay, any other questions or comments? Vice Mayor Fleming.
Yeah, one other thing I wanted to add is around, Mr. City Manager, you mentioned additional needs for staffing around this stuff. And I know that there's been additional burden on especially our clerk department with the virtual meetings and so forth. And so, rather than say that we don't have staff capacity, what I would prefer would be a request for increase in staffing in those areas that are public facing, because they fit so perfectly with our goals of transparency and open government. And so let's increase our capacity where we need it in those limited and targeted areas, rather than sort of clamp down and say we can't do what we're trying to do.
And we're going to be bringing back budget amendments to address those areas, proposed budget amendments in the September 15th meeting.
Glad to hear it. Thank you.
Mr. Tibbetts, your hand's up again, I think. Jack, do you have a question?
Can you? Yep. Sorry. I'll be quick. I just wanted to follow up on what you said, Tom, about fiscal stability. I would wholeheartedly support it, but like you said, I'd like it to actually be specific. I very much agree that getting fixing the systemic issues of sales taxes should be something we address. Same thing with unfunded liabilities, but I just like it to spell that out was the point I was trying to get across.
Great.
And one last thing, Tom, I'm wondering if that kind of stuff, if it can't go through the long-term finance subcommittee, rather than being a goal, it can just, because that's fully within the council control to agendize those items, which are of great importance.
That's kind of my challenge too, just even with some of what we're discussing in the Public Safety Subcommittee. Some of the items on this list are on that agenda, and I was going to be asking the city managers, because if we, let's say the Public Safety Subcommittee, we go in one direction, that's going to take staff resources. And what are your thoughts on that, Mr. McGlynn, when it comes to currently existing subcommittees are reviewing some of these items?
Well, they are reviewing it. It's just, again, if we're going to, it's beyond just the finance department to provide the education. If we're going to explore a sales tax initiative, that's a 2-year project that requires multiple parts of the organization to get organized around. And I think staff is ready to pursue that. And I think Councilmember Tibbetts and Vice Mayor Fleming are spot on about narrowing the focus to create that opportunity. Because the header is probably too large in that conversation, but it is a additional. It is beyond the normal course of processing the financial processes of the city to engage in those efforts, because there's a strategy that goes with that. There's analysis that needs to go with that. And I think staff would be ready to pursue those. And I think those are going to be some of the recommendations coming back on the 15th. But to state that that's a regular part of the process of the organization, it's not what we do on a regular basis. It's additional work because it's going to require a look across the organization. It's going to require mobilizing different fronts to provide education, to provide better understanding of what the public will want in that space. So we're all for it. We just want to make sure that that's where council wants us to spend our time, because we also would rather not be in the space that we were currently, which is having not had the time to do that analysis.
And Mr. Mayor, if I might propose we go to the next slide, because it will help focus, I think, some of the council discussion as well.
And Sean, if I could just get clarification on that last time. So what I'm hearing you say, going back to the iceberg, all this additional work is not part of that 85% of what you've been doing. This would have to be part of that 15%. Again, I'm not suggesting those numbers are accurate here, but that's the bucket we're talking about.
That's the bucket we're talking about. And I think the specificity is what's really important here to the council member and the vice mayor's point. These are the specific projects that we're working on. That gives us the priority work, and we can figure out how to allocate time and resource to make sure that that work is done.
Thank you.
And if I might elaborate, so the language on this list of possible priorities is the language that came from the council interviews. And they are high level. It does encompass multiple issues. And then you did your virtual dotting exercise based on that, which led to the preliminary results coming up on the screen. However, I did want to highlight last year with your priority setting, both through the workshop and then through the follow-on work with the ad hoc committee, staff provided more clarity and definition of what were the work plans under each item that were possible. Just to get to what Councilmember Tibbetts mentioned, is more clarity on what's really encompassed in each of those work items. So what has just come up on the screen is the new slide that was distributed and posted this morning to the public, which is the virtual dotting exercise. And just as in prior years with Jan, we're now to that part of the process where you've talked through the possible priorities, you've offered comments, and now you've all symbolically placed your dots on the charts. And this just guides the rest of your discussion. No decisions have been reached yet, but clearly the council had in tier 1, homelessness and housing as the top 2, followed by fiscal stability and public safety priorities and reform. And I will note, given the prior discussion, that it's fiscal stability and funding was my euphemism for the revenue options that council members raised, like sales tax that was just brought up. In the second tier, you had continuing the city's climate change efforts and kind of raising up as a new possible tier, downtown vibrancy. There's been some council discussion about broadening that maybe to economic and downtown vibrancy through the prior comments. And then your manager has spoken about particularly in the next 6 to 8 months, using that as a window to really launch a new work effort, which is an organization-wide focus on diversity, inclusion, and equity. It appears like from mission and vision down through possible council makeup to the frontline staff. And he even went so far, and rarely does staff ask for a new item to be added to tier 1, because usually it's a worry we can't do what's already in tier 1. But clearly from what they've heard from council and the community, to move DEI over to tier 1 as a priority, particularly for the next 6 to 8 months, because it's a multi-year effort that the sooner it starts, the easier it will be to respond to the public discourse and needs. And then possible future priorities, I will highlight that affordable child care and recovery and resilience. Excuse me, if you could go back, please. The bottom table, affordable child care and recovery and resilience were the top of that 3rd tier of priorities. And that's just the way it came out. And one new priority came up from a council member during the dot voting exercise, which was the focus on small businesses, particularly as part of pandemic recovery. But I think that was addressed previously and could be included in the downtown vibrancy, economic vibrancy component as part of that. So this is the preliminary results from your dotting exercise. If I can mentally take you to that step of where we are in your standard retreat, except we're doing it by Zoom. And following your decision on the tiering of these priorities would be our recommendation. You follow the practice that worked well before, which is a council ad hoc committee works directly with staff to clarify what's achievable in each of these priorities in the 6 to 8 month time frame, sets timelines and work plans for those, and brings them back for council approval. That's just so you know the end game coming out of your discussion now. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I can call on people as I see hands up, or you can, to discuss tier 1 and their tier 1 priorities identified so far and their appropriateness to be labeled as tier 1. All of these were identified by 5 or 6 council members.
Okay, I think it might be helpful if I just go through each council member and get his or her comments about them. And if Sam or you are keeping track, I'll try to keep track too, and we can see where we end up. So I'm just going to go with the Hollywood squares that I've got on my screen.
Through the mayor, sorry to interrupt, but it would be tremendously helpful if we could have that slide up rather than the Hollywood squares version, so that when we're giving feedback, we can actually see what's going on. Thank you.
Moving screens around here. So first up, let's start with Mr. Olivares.
Thank you, Mayor. I like what I see related to the tier 1, tier 2 as well. However, I would like to have a discussion about the organizational diversity, inclusion, and equity. And this goes to my conversation for a number of years now on employee health. And this goes way back before even the fires and the pandemic, is checking in to see how our employees are doing, who are, of course, the backbone of our organization. But I would guess that they have gone through some significant impacts related to their well-being, morale, et cetera. And I think it ties into this. Again, it's looking at how are our employees right now? And I know we've been trying to do some work in that area, but how do we reach out to them? How do we get a temperature on that? How do we establish some kind of a baseline to work from to continue to improve the environment for them? You know, they've been working very, very hard, and they should be acknowledged for the work that they have been doing. But I think it goes into the same category of the organizational diversity, inclusion, and equity too. So I would like to have some discussion about how we can elevate that up into a tier 1 priority as well.
Okay. And so we'll just go through, get all the comments, and then start breaking that down a little bit more. Mr. Dowd, you are next.
Well, I look at this chart here. There's probably nothing there that shouldn't be in Tier 1, but I like the way this is laid out with one exception, and that's because of the overreaching problems with the climate change to human and other flora and fauna. And I just don't think we should let that slide out of our.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'm going to piggyback on where I think Councilmember Dowd was going there, and that's that we passed a climate emergency resolution calling for the city of Santa Rosa to end up being carbon neutral by 2030, and I think that we need to keep that at least in the short term as a Tier 1 focus for this organization. A lot of how we recover from COVID and how we continue to recover from the fire, as we've talked about, needs to be done through a climate frame as well. There's going to be funding opportunities that are coming out relative to it, and I think that it will be well positioned to receive some of that funding if we keep this on the forefront. I also wanted to call out specifically the affordable childcare. And I do want to tie that specifically to the COVID recovery that I mentioned before as well, the economic development and supporting our businesses in their recovery over the next 6 to 9 months. And I don't think that we can do it if we don't also include affordable childcare in it. And I'm sure that the Vice Mayor will also echo some of those sentiments and be able to give firsthand experience about what it's been like for our employees and for our businesses to operate without that. So to me, homelessness and affordable housing is one. Housing obviously has been one. Fiscal stability, I agree with sentiments from my colleagues that this is something that we should be doing in everything. I would move climate change up into a Tier 1 priority, and I would create an additional priority that is economic recovery from COVID. And that would, as I mentioned, would include childcare. And Mr. Mayor, if I could also, one of the things that isn't specifically on here, and going back to the Vice Mayor, fool me once, we had a discussion a little over a year and a half ago about the Open Government Task Force report. And this council decided not to put it on the priority list because we were so close to getting it across the finish line. We still have not. I know that there's a commitment from both the city manager and the mayor to get that done in the next couple of weeks here, especially now that we have a new community engagement director on board. But if we need to, I would like to add that into the Tier 2 list to finish the Open Government Sunshine Ordinance and just get that across the finish line as well. Again, if we don't need to add it as a priority because it's going to happen, we did that last year. I'd just like to see it on the list so that we make sure we get it done.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. Boy, it's hard not to agree with just about everything that's been said. I'm loath to make Tier 1 list longer than it already is, but it's hard not to keep climate change in that tier. I like the idea under the umbrella of, using that term again, under the COVID recovery of affordable childcare. One doesn't have to go too far into newspapers today or the news in general to understand the impact that not having affordable childcare has on our community and on the nation in general. So I would like to be able to upgrade one way or another to keep the affordable childcare in our site. There is one more piece that something that concerns me a great deal, has for some time, and I fear that it is, and I appreciate the report that we got from Public Works about the roof at the Luther Burbank Home and Gardens Board or the Home and Gardens. I think I've received a great number of emails and calls, I think because of my prior chairmanship of that board a number of years ago. I fear that the relevance of that site is starting to be is lessening because of the number of decades that have gone by since it was at one point a priority of this city. It is a unique cultural asset that I believe is declining. The benefactors are concerned that their philanthropy is, although important, that it perhaps that there are still gaps in the repair and maintenance of that site. We are at risk of losing our national and our state landmark status. It is our only national and state landmark in the city of Santa Rosa, and I think that we don't treat it as such. And I am, whether we deal with it as a someplace in our tiering, or whether we just have a conversation about the status of that site. And that's everything from the we've got a report on the roof, but there's a lot more to that site than a roof. So I'm throwing it out there because I am very concerned about its current status. It is declining, and it just concerns me. I think it's one of the things that will be part of the fabric of the downtown once the downtown is actually a more desirable place to live, work, and play. People are going to need places to go, and right across the street is one of our Santa Rosa's most elegant parks. And it saddens me to see the condition of Burbank Gardens. So whether it be an item for this council to discuss in the future on a future agenda as a report item, I'm okay with that. But I really fear that we are starting to lose track of the condition of that site, and I wanted to convey that to the council today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sawyer. Mr. Tibbetts.
Thank you, Mayor. After having been on this council for 4 years now, it's interesting. We're down to 2 tiers. I remember there used to be 3, and then a bike rack, I think we called it. But one thing I've observed also is that the tier 1 priorities, my hat is off to our staff for getting those issues sincerely addressed and making great significant advances on those priorities. And for that, I thank them. Tier 2, I've also noticed that we tend to address every year. It's just as resources allow. And so when I think about what we're doing, we're setting the priorities here for just the next year. I can't help but think what is going to define the next year. And to me, that is going to be COVID-19 and the effects that it's going to have on our local businesses and our tenants and our property owners and everything that is the root of our government and our civic life. We've never had a recession or a depression that has forced businesses to close. And I've got to believe that this is going to come with tremendous sacrifice, but not sacrifice, excuse me, tremendous, detriment to our community. And I feel very strongly that if we don't dedicate every ounce of people power in our city to coming up with creative solutions to help carry people into the non or post-COVID world, we're gonna struggle. So I'm gonna throw out some stuff that's gonna sound really controversial, and I'm sure Will Schmidt, if he's listening, is gonna have some great quotes for tomorrow. But I believe that we should actually move affordable housing and housing in the downtown over to the Renewal Enterprise District. That's a body and entity that cannot really address COVID-19 and supporting businesses and tenants like the city of Santa Rosa can. And I think we should really work to set them up to do that work on our behalf during this COVID-19 recovery time. I'm also going to suggest that homelessness is going to be moved to tier 2 as well, only because right now, again, we're not focused on, or we probably will not have the bandwidth to meaningfully focus on creating loads and investing in loads of permanent supportive housing consistent with our Housing First goals. Right now, we're spending our money on getting them into motels and into non-congregate shelters so that they don't infect each other or other people in the community. So that's kind of where I'm coming from is really, I think we should focus on economic development and some of these emergency triage initiatives that are going to keep or prevent more people from becoming homeless. Hopefully, during next year's goal setting, we can reverse that and put a lot of these things back on the front burner. But I think this should be a damn the torpedoes moment.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Most of what I want to say has already been said, but since we are virtually dotting, I will go ahead and take up the time to do it so that we can get the numbers that we need to move things forward. What I was thinking here is that what ought to be on tier 1 is economic recovery from COVID. And under that, a lot of things that might normally be a tier 2 or a parking lot thing can be under that. And those things might include fiber, affordable childcare. And I'll just speak from my own personal experience, trying to figure out how to get a 6-year-old into a childcare environment in a system where 6-year-olds don't typically go to childcare, but you have 2 parents who have to work is a daunting task and has been taking up a ton of time and is greatly impacting my ability to work and do counsel. And and I'm just one person. So, and additionally, it's just really, really expensive. Even the affordable options out there, if you don't have a voucher, are really expensive. So it's akin to, it's going to be a $13,000 investment this year in paying for essentially what amounts to private school when we had no intention of, going to the private sector to educate our daughter. So if we want our workforce to recover, we have to take seriously that parents cannot work if their children are not safe. And, even leaving a 9 or 10-year-old at home alone is, we know, not a great outcome. So I think we need to be very intentional about that and looking at our spaces and potentially even putting some money towards closing the gap to keep some of the childcare infrastructure afloat. Additionally, I think that putting aside some money and staff time to pursue fiber optic cable will be an economic driver going forward. And then we can also leverage climate resiliency as part of an economic recovery initiative, as Councilmember Tibbetts noted, as well as downtown vibrancy. And there's some overlap between these things. So that's economic recovery. And then I want to echo what Mr. Tibbetts said around moving some of the housing initiatives to the Renewal Enterprise District. We've been working diligently at trying to figure out how to set up a housing fund. And we believe strongly, as did the Board of Supervisors who brought it up and got support for it last week to put some money toward the red, that if we're able to get 1 or 2 housing projects in our downtown, we'll have proof of concept and we will have funding from non-taxpayer sources or various different for-profit or affordable housing development to come into our downtown, and then we will spur that downtown resiliency and vibrancy in a more natural and market-based way. But it does need a little bit of help to get there, and we believe that we can achieve both downtown vibrancy and housing, as well as affordable housing, both kinds in the downtown through the Renewal Enterprise District. I also think that equity needs to be a tier 1 priority, and it needs to include council reform as well as a nod to homelessness services and housing. I tend to agree with Mr. Tibbetts that this year we're really in a managing a crisis situation, and that I'm not necessarily saying that we shouldn't have it be a tier 1 priority, but I think we need to be realistic about what we can achieve with homelessness this year and just be very specific about it so that we can deliver on what it is that our community needs from us in a way that that is both fiscally responsible and humane to our most vulnerable residents. And then the last note I have here is that, Councilmember Sawyer brought up the Luther Burbank Home and Gardens, which during this time might seem, like a little bit of an extra or something like that. But this council time and again has a commitment to downtown vibrancy as well as our cultural resources. And, when we do have our downtown station area specific plan fully implemented, and we do have this downtown housing and markets and so forth in line, it's hard to imagine a world in which, and hopefully the creek will be fully daylighted one day under federal building and so forth. It's hard to imagine that that won't be the cornerstone of our downtown in terms of cultural resources. And if we were to lose our status, I think not only would it be an embarrassment for our community, but it's also, the arts and science and cultural resources have immeasurable impacts on our quality of life and our economic abilities. And to that end, I wanted to add in here that I really hope that somehow we find a way to get a permanent library in Roseland, because when we do protect our residents and our cultural inheritances, we protect our future. Thank you very much.
Okay, and then for me, my concern about some of the comments about moving homelessness to tier 2, a concern, if I'm the city manager and I hear the majority of council want that, would that end up in having our heap and hat teams? It's no longer a weekly or bi-weekly meeting, and it's no longer a tier 1 priority. To me, that's one of the most daunting challenges the city is facing, and to me, it's got to be a tier 1. We do need to focus the resources there. In regarding the housing, and again, I'm thinking about the process that Greg's talked about that we did last time that we'll do here again. Once we have these large categories, the tier 1s, then staff will take all the feedback that they're hearing here and come back with, okay, here's some timelines that we would want. And I know the next slide is our SMART goals. We'll start developing those with an ad hoc. We'll give some feedback, bring it back to council. So for me, I would actually be supportive of separating, keeping homelessness as a tier 1, housing as a tier 1. And again, there's a lot of things, and going back to the iceberg model, a lot of the efforts of our planned economic development, is that the 85% or the 15%, both the affordable housing projects that we're investigating and the housing that we're doing, not just in downtown, but all over. I believe that the climate change does need to continue to be tier 1. And rather than downtown vibrancy, I'd be supportive of economic vibrancy, which does open the window for what I've heard some of my colleagues stating about childcare, whether that's micro business loans, things that I know the Economic Recovery Task Force, of which Vice Mayor Fleming and Councilmember Sawyer are there. I'd love to hear what they're talking about to keep that as a tier 1 priority. So rather than just say downtown vibrancy, but economic vibrancy and some of the things that they're exploring, I think would fit right into that. And I think, I don't want to say most importantly, but just as importantly, the organizational diversity, inclusion, and equity, to me, that's got to be a tier 1. We've got to be modeling the behaviors about a lot of these discussions that we're having here. And as we heard from the city manager, that doesn't happen overnight. And if we kick the can down the road saying it may be a tier 1 priority next year or the year after, it's going to continue to do that. And I'm saying we need to be modeling those behaviors, be bold right now, and let's take a look at ourselves. And there are going to be not only staff time involved in that, but also costs involved with that. So I think we totally need to support that. And again, with the fiscal stability, whether we want to put that in long-range financial planning where we can get some specifics, or keep it as a tier 1 and come back again with the ad hoc about here's what we mean about some of the fiscal stability and the funding. Specifically, do we want to look at a parcel tax? Let's get a timeline on that with some specific dates. And again, the city manager, if we dove into that a little bit more, would be able to give us some reasonable expectations both during COVID and after COVID, because I think that fiscal funding and stability is a long-term process that hopefully can serve us well in the years to come, in spite of the numerous challenges that come into our community outside of our control. So with that, Greg.
Yes. So it's my job to try to take what you've just said and help get you to consensus without overstepping my role. So I wanted to jump in because one simple solution would be to have 8 items up in tier 1, which I think doesn't help your staff over the next 6 months. They will be continuing apace without council direction because they can't do all 8, and they will make their best judgments based on their needs going forward. But there were a couple comments that I found really intriguing and I piggyback off of Manager McGlynn's comments last night about really getting clarity for the next 6 to 8 months when you come back and revisit your long-term priorities. And while we've all embraced your tiering that you've used for the last couple of years, these are extraordinary times, and do we need to change the tiers a little bit? So this is reflecting back what I've heard a little bit. Maybe tier 1 is COVID response, and it's really singularly focused on what's new for the next 6 months that weren't there the prior 6 months. And then tier 2 becomes your continuing priorities, which are the ones you had launched before based on what your staff said in their submission, as well as their reports today. You've made a lot of progress on, still further to go on each one of those, but we are in different times that's changing that a bit. And if that were an acceptable framework to the council, what I heard consensus possibly emerging as that tier 1 COVID response through next February is the broadened economic vibrancy project, the homeless services without the housing piece, more sustaining that community most in need during this pandemic, the fiscal stability and recovery that most cities are going through as a result of the pandemic, which I will just share, having worked with many cities over the last 4 months, is considered consuming an inordinate amount of staff time. Staff protects the council from all of that, but it is labor-intensive, stress-inducing, and challenging work that I would just, it doesn't flow in the normal 85%. It pops into the 10% based on my experience in other cities. And then I would recognize that the police and human services reform comes out of the discourse of the past 3 months and is part of that 3 crises in 1, as does the organizational diversity, inclusion, and equity. And those latter 2 being kind of initiatives during this period rather than continuing. And then your continuing priorities remain the housing and affordable housing, the climate change, and the government reform is where those would be your continuing priorities in that temporarily redefined tier 2. And Mayor, I'm being a little bold here, reflecting back what I heard might be reflecting what I'm hearing from the council. I can't really show it to you on the screen in the structure, but just to more succinctly reflect tier 1 crisis response through early 21 would be homelessness, fiscal stability, public safety, DEI, and economic vibrancy. It'd be those 5. Continuing priorities would be climate change, housing, and government reform. So.
Okay, now
maybe we should turn to the manager. Does that help, manager?
Repeat that, Greg?
Sure. And if the clerk has the capacity, you could leave the presentation mode of the PowerPoint, add a new slide, and type these in as tiers 1 and tier 2. I don't know if you have that capacity there. But the new tier 1 would be COVID response through early 21, homelessness, fiscal stability, public safety priorities and reform, organizational DEI, and economic vibrancy as all 5 components of what's coming out of the current 3 crises in 1 that are confronting government. Then your continuing priorities, which are all being affected by the COVID and related crises. So there are going to be some delays there, and you recognize that. but you're not dropping them as priorities, are climate change, housing, and government council reform. And I turn to Mr. McGlynn. Does that help focus your staff work, Mr. Manager, and give you something you could work on with the ad hoc committee to come up with realistic?
It absolutely does.
Okay. Because it's really what is going to make your staff more effective and efficient during this critical period. And that's fundamentally the purpose of this. They want to know what you think is top priority. And
Greg, is there a way we could get that up on a screen, even if we had to take maybe a 5-minute break, get it up there, and then we come back? Because I would just like to get affirmation from my colleagues that can you support this?
Let me see what we can do. See what we can do. Let's take 5 and see if we can get it up.
Okay, we'll take a recess. Let's go to 10 minutes before 1, if that's enough, Mr. City Manager.
10 minutes. It is currently 10 minutes before 1, roughly.
Why don't we just reconvene at 1 o'clock and let's see what we come up with.
Thank you. I'm going to take this opportunity for interpreter transition as well. So thank you all for your patience.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Sawyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rogers?
Here.
Councilmember Oliveris?
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming?
Here.
Mayor Schwedhelm?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Okay, we'll reconvene again on item 10. Mr. Larson, you want to take it from here?
Briefly, Mayor, I'm sorry, Mr. Larson, can we do a brief announcement that the interpreter channel is available in Spanish? And if Charles can just do a brief announcement that the Spanish channel is now active?
Sí, el canal para el español, para escuchar al intérprete del español ya está disponible.
Thank you. If you need to participate on the Spanish channel, you can click the interpretation button in your Zoom toolbar and click over to the Zoom channel or the Spanish channel. Thank you.
Si tienen que tomar parte, si quieren escuchar en español, hay un botón abajo que dice interpretación con un globo. Pueden oprimir ese botón y le van a llevar al canal de español.
Thank you, Charles. Mayor, back to you. Thank you for the interruption.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Larson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Madam Clerk, and also to the city attorney for reviewing our process. And I like to think of technology as nothing more than a fancy pencil. And so what we're now going to share with you is a fancy felt pen and butcher paper. And that's what the clerk is going to post as the new slide, where we've recast the tiers as I suggested, given the 3 crises in one that the city is facing. And new is just a notice that this is new information that will be made publicly available, but was not distributed in advance. The tier 1 is the crisis response with the 5 items: homelessness and fiscal stability and public safety priorities, which were under the old definition of tier 1, organizing, moving ODEIE up to tier 1 as requested by the manager and several council members, and taking the prior downtown vibrancy and elevating it as economic vibrancy. And I should highlight, it also encompasses the affordable child care needs that several council members talked to are particularly critical during this COVID recovery, as no doubt many other issues as well. And part of what will be coming back to council is how does staff prioritize all the work in this tier 1 to be what's doable over the next 6 to 8 months before you reconvene. A clear recognition with tier 2 of the council's continuing commitment and priorities to issues that have moved ahead and that can move even further with climate change, housing and affordable housing, and government and council reform, and then recognizing possible future priorities to be addressed next February, March, which would be an even broader approach and focus on affordable child care, continuing your 2017 Recovery and Resiliency Acts, a renewed community engagement and outreach, and focusing on utilities and deferred maintenance. And that would come back, those would all come back for discussion at your next priority setting retreat. So I put this up just to help drive towards what I was hearing as council consensus, but it's clearly the council's determination how to proceed. So with that, I'd look for feedback and suggestions.
Right, so let's go ahead. I'll just go around and ask everyone for their feedback, and specifically if you're good with this, that if you could support it, or if you couldn't support it. I know when we've done this live, we've kind of done the thumbs up, thumbs down, or I could live with it. You know, give some information about what your thoughts are about what's being presented. So we have a new mix of squares. So let's start with Mr. Tibbetts. You're first.
I mean, I guess I'm pretty much here. I just wish there was a little bit more focused on COVID-19. You know, I understand that underneath that is a subset, childcare is directly related. I think fiscal stability is going to be related. I just think that we should be sending a message very clearly to staff and to the public that we are not going to be pulling any punches when it comes to making sure that we're going to help them weather what's to come. But, you know, So I'd like to see it a little bit more COVID specific, I suppose.
Does the title help, or could that be more explicit? I didn't want to exclude the other crises, but I thought the crisis response included COVID. Could that be made stronger?
Well, no, I think you're wise to also keep it as crisis, because we certainly are still recovering from the fires, and we would be wrong to forget those families who are still going through that recovery process. You know, I guess, yes, homelessness, focusing on mitigation or prevention in the spread of COVID amongst the homeless population, to me, is going to be a priority. It's going to be one that I will support funding, as opposed to permanent supportive housing if it ever comes down to an either or. And again, I say this only as I think it's just going to be the reality. It's not that I don't support permanent supportive housing. I think all of you know that I'm very much committed to it in my personal and political life. But, you know, again, I think it comes down to clearly stating to the public and to staff, let's saddle up and ride hard for fighting COVID.
And to clarify, because I obviously wasn't clear, I clearly see the work plans that staff would be bringing back for any items council puts under this redefined tier 1 would all be related to crisis response and recovery, and not the broader long-term issues. It's the 6 to 8 month agenda. What can we do in these areas in response to the crisis?
That sounds good. I think I'd like to see, I don't know if we go by A, B, C, or D, but I'd like to see economic development and resiliency at the top, as opposed to vibrancy. I mean, I'm splitting hairs at this point, but vibrancy to me sounds like something that we talk about when economic times are good and we're fortifying existing economic development policies.
Okay, thank you for that, Jack. Yeah, and my thought, Jack, is hopefully if everyone's comfortable with me appointing an ad hoc like we did last time, and then I know the city manager is taking notes and hearing comments, so I'm hoping many of the comments that we heard from you, we'll hear from others, will be into that specific action plan for the next 6 to 8 months. All right, Mr. Sawyer, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. I think if we could add multiple crisis response, it might be a little more clear for our community. I think, you know, that when we come up with the tiers, it's really important to very, very quickly define what those 5 items mean. And so I'm not sure how quickly that can happen, but the sooner we can get the definition of the crisis response or the multiple crisis response, the better, because people see these in a very condensed way, and we know that they are broader than that. But the sooner we can get them defined, the better. I'm comfortable with where we are here, and I appreciate the ability to take all of those many recommendations and bring them down to a concise level. So I am comfortable with that. For instance, the affordable childcare being potentially under economic vibrant or not economic vibrancy, but under crisis response, it clearly is a part of the multiple crisis response. So I'm not sure why it's under possible future priorities. If we define it and it's under the crisis response or the multiple crisis response, then that will, I think, help inform the community about what our intentions are. So I'm really trying to move us very quickly to definition.
Okay. Thank you for that, Mr. Sawyer. Mr. Oliveras, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. I am very comfortable with how things are laid out now.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Dowd.
I'm going along with the first 2 council members. I'm fine with this, but I want to define tier one, whatever you come up with, but multiple crises response, and then in parentheses, COVID-19, fire, whatever else, just so that the public understands that this is something we're dealing with due to its immediacy. And these tier two things are not being shoved down the road.
For me, you're a little bit cut off. Greg, could you repeat what you heard from Dick, just so in case you need to add something? I didn't catch
I
that.
heard generally accepting of what's been laid out, with the two comments of further defining that it's multiple crises that are taking our undivided attention now, but that the other priorities, the continuing priorities on tier two, remain important and aren't being kicked down the road or lessened. Did I reflect back, Councilman Dowd, correctly?
That explanation responds to my comment.
Okay, thank you.
Good, thank you. Mr. Rogers.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, I think I also heard Dick advocating for fiber somewhere in there as well. This is certainly a challenge. I did appreciate the clarification about affordable childcare being in this response. I think that it was a little bit confusing to see it listed under possible future priorities when I think we have been agreeable in having that as part of our crisis response. So I just want to, I'm with Councilmember Sawyer. I think the sooner we can flesh that out to show folks what some of these categories encapsulate, I think the easier that will be. I still have heartburn about seeing climate change drop to a tier two priority. I know not everything can be a tier one, but we talk about economic response from COVID. I think what we were told is it'll be a 4 to 5 year economic recovery from it. Well, what we know from climate change is we've got about 10 to 12 years to actually have an impact, and every delay that we have is going to make it more expensive on the back end for us to address it. And I've really enjoyed talking with other cities around the state, being able to tell them that this is not just a top priority for our council, but it's actually a tier one priority, that we actually made that commitment a year ago. And these are all the things that we've done. So I'd continue to advocate to have climate change as a tier one. And then Greg, I know I sent you this comment through email the other day as well. I have a little bit of heartburn of having avoiding layoffs listed as a tier one priority, not because I want us to lay anybody off, to be clear, but I think particularly given some of the criticism that has been out there that cities have not tightened their belts at all when we cut $18 million from our budget this year. I think having avoiding layoffs listed that way gives that impression to the public. What I would prefer to see is fiscal stability, funding, and maintaining city services or maintaining service levels, something of that nature, because then that does indicate that we are not just trying to pass tax measures to keep everybody employed, but actually looking at service delivery model reform as well to see where we can do things better to make sure that we are still meeting that service level commitment. So I'd be in favor of a tweak to that as well.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Fleming.
Yes, thank you. And most of what I've heard, I agree with. I don't, I understand the rationale around putting crisis response first and then having it be a 6 to 8 month timeline. But I think when it comes to climate change, any delay is just unacceptable. While COVID is really, the crisis of the moment, the climate continues to deteriorate at a rate that is, not a cost that we're going to be able to recover later on. And so I'd strongly advocate for us putting that into tier one. I heard overwhelmingly from the council that fiscal stability is just part of how the organization should run. So I'm a little boggled as to why climate change is not on tier one and fiscal stability remains on tier one. When we said at least what I heard was kind of the reverse of those two things. I do really like the notion of having the crisis response be multi-layered, but it needs to also include and it's reflected in the priorities, but it needs to include the historic inequalities and racist and sexist policies that have led us to where we are now. And so, I would have civil unrest, COVID-19, as well as recovery from the fires. And then economic vibrancy, I really think is, much more about economic survival or economic recovery. Again, echoing what I've already heard, vibrancy makes it seem like we're trying to improve something that's already going great. And we are looking at, down the barrel of a 4-year or longer recession, which is why, again, I have heartburn about moving climate change over, because who knows, our last recession, we didn't really see any meaningful recovery longer than that. And we just don't have that much time left with our climate. So, and to that end further, that climate change can be leveraged with good investments in things like fiber and solar and other infrastructure improvements, which are all the way down on future priorities. Our infrastructure, if we take that on under economic recovery and climate change, we can do a lot of good for both our economy and our environment simultaneously. And I wish that affordable childcare had been listed under Tier 1 as a subset of economic recovery. So, I'm pleased to see that homelessness, preventing homelessness is there. I'm pleased to see that public safety reform is there. I'm pleased to see that organizational, diversity, inclusion, and equity is there, and economics in some form is there. But the climate change, I really can't, stress enough how much I think that needs to be in the forefront. It gives us credibility across the state, and it gives us the leverage we need to move forward. We got a lot done last year on this, and if we put this as a 6-month thing, like I mentioned before, we're looking down a 4-year event horizon, and I think that that's probably being optimistic. And so to that end, it's unrealistic to imagine that in 6 or 8 months, we're going to have a new council with 2 new council members who are going to get all the nuance right away and be ready to say, oh yeah, no, that needs to go here, this here, here, and here. I just don't see it happening. So I think that we really need to set up for, if we're going to do this as a temporary one, we need to be very clear on eyes on the prize in the long run. So, but other than that, the general framework here is fine.
All right, thank you for that. And so for me, I could live with the way it is here. Regarding climate change, it does concern me that it's Tier 2, but also being on the Climate Action Subcommittee, I know what we discussed our last meeting, like vehicles miles traveled. We got an update on that months ago, but it happened anyway in spite of what we did or didn't do. We had a zero waste discussion. That process is already en route. And so I would anticipate us still meeting as a Climate Action Committee. And if it got to the point where our progress is being slowed, that would give us an opportunity to bring it back to council saying something else has got to drop off here, because I think it is very near and dear. And again, as many of you have mentioned, we've been making tremendous progress on this. So although, I appreciate what Greg offered here with this is a 6 to 8 month response, I don't think this crisis response Tier 1 will have any impact of what our initiative and momentum has been with climate change by putting it on Tier 2 at this point. Because again, I think it is within the fabric of our organization moving forward. So with that, I also wanted to support what I heard Councilmember Rogers talking about avoiding layoffs. I don't think that language needs to be in there. I'm supportive of what he suggested as a way of renaming that. I think that'd be very helpful as we have these conversations for the next couple of months moving into the community.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may jump in with casting back the consensus I hear emerging, and one might just be nomenclature, and we strike Tier 1 from crisis response, and we just say crises response through early 2021. And then Tier 2 becomes Tier 1, the continuing priorities. And we recognize they're reflecting different things. And so climate change, housing, and affordable housing clearly remain tier 1 priorities for council based on past action. It would embody an implicit recognition that government and council reform is moved up to tier 1. But to me, that seems to reflect what the council has suggested. For fiscal stability funding, we follow the advice of 2 council members, and that becomes fiscal stability funding and delivery of services. And in response to the vice mayor, so many council members repeatedly raised and in prior priority setting, fiscal stability and sustainability had always been in the top tier. We didn't feel we could take it out from what we'd heard from council. And given what your staff has said and what we've seen in other jurisdictions, that the work you will be doing over the 6 months will be above the norm. That's why I left it there, but it's clearly council choice. And then for economic vibrancy, we could clearly add including childcare. So economic vibrancy include parentheses or comma, including childcare. And then even strike it from the possible future priorities list, just so there's not confusion. And I think I've reflected the feedback from the council with the one additional caveat that wouldn't show up on this chart, which is getting the ad hoc committee and staff working as quickly as possible to define what this means for the 6 to 8 month time frame is critical for several council members.
Okay, with that, just to get the feedback. Okay, I'm seeing Mr. Rogers and Mr. Sawyer. Did you guys just raise your hands or?
Yeah, I apologize, Mr. Mayor. I did forget one thing, and I wanted to make sure that I put it out there for the council to see if there was any other interest in listing under the tier 2, which I suppose is now tier 1, completing the sunshine ordinance from the Open Government Task Force and getting that across the finish line in the next, I mean, we'll call it 6 to 8 months, but I think it's really, we're talking 2 to 3 months.
Yeah, I'm absolutely, you and I have talked about this, you know, we had a subcommittee, let's get that to the finish line. If we have to put it, if putting it on what will now be a tier 1 gets it to the finish line, let's do it.
I would consider that. I'm okay adding it, but I would consider it part of government council reform. Happy to include that as part of government council reform.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you. The 3 of you just took the words out of my mouth, so I'm supportive of that. We need to get this done. Thank you.
So if the city manager is okay, if I just do a thumb vote with the suggested language from Greg, making it, you know, crisis responses, and then tier 1, what is up there is tier 2 actually becomes tier 1. And the other changes that we just talked about, language changes. Could I just see if you can support it, live with it, or you can't support it? Can I see thumbs? Vice Mayor, where are you? Okay, thank you. So I'm seeing unanimous support for those suggestions. Did I capture that correctly? If not, or anyone wants to make a comment, please comment. Mr. Sawyer, is your hand up an old hand up or? Oh.
Mayor, I did not see Councilmember Tibbetts' camera on.
Thank you. Mr. Tibbetts, are you supportive of the direction we're going? Mr. Tibbetts, you there? Well, I would suggest you, although I'm always interested in Mr. Tibbetts' thoughts, I saw at least 6 thumbs up, so we've got the majority support of the council. Madam City Attorney, are we okay to accept that as moving forward?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Clerk, next slide, please. She may be needing to jump back to the old PowerPoint. Sean, this is your opportunity to provide any response or comment before we move to close up.
No, I just looking for this. Is this the spot, Greg, where we're going to look for some definition of the PG&E settlement dollars?
We can. I was a little worried about the time, but the manager has asked, and we think it would be helpful for the council to provide some input on the public process for resolving the settlement funding. Not resolving, but bringing back to you settlement funding recommendations. You do have a fiscally focused session scheduled for September 15th that my colleagues are working with your staff on, and I've already talked to most of you about. And the thought would be to get council clarification of the public process you'd like before determining the final allocation of the PG&E settlement funds. While that full public process could not be done by September 15th, it could be a framing or parsing of the issues to be brought back at that time as part of that discussion. So really wanted to turn it to the council to follow up on your prior comments for the extent and depth and nature and focus of public engagement before making a final determination on the process or decision of allocation of the PG&E settlement funds. So I'd look for council comment on the public process they think is appropriate for staff to pursue.
If I could just float something out there too as an option of that, because I'm not sure if anyone's got a concrete, this is the perfect way of doing it, but I know we do have a long range financial and audit subcommittee, potentially having a meeting in the very near future to get public comment. And then the three on that subcommittee can make a recommendation to the entire council, potentially even at the September 15th council meeting. Because again, I am sensitive to also, Greg, what you just said about the time. Any other thoughts? If someone wants to raise their hand, open for it. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I appreciate that that might be the most efficient route, but I also think that this is one that is high enough stakes that I would love to hear from the council in general. And I know that today might not be the day for it, but it would be great if we could have a short study session where we could have a public dialogue and a chance to weigh in. One of the challenges with going through the subcommittee is that versus the whole council is that one, less of the city is geographically represented, and the fire affected areas are not fully represented on that subcommittee. So I just would consider that, you know, the whole city, this is something that I think the whole city could benefit from, a robust process. And I know that that is a burden to staff and to council time. I can live with it going through the financial subcommittee, but my preference would be to hear it in a study session.
Well, Vice Mayor, we could bring it to the subcommittee to help frame that conversation and prepare for a study session with the full council so you get the full council's input.
That sounds good to me. Thank you.
Mr. Rogers.
Even piggyback off of comments today that council members who aren't on the committee make, such as the Vice Mayor's focus on fire affected areas.
Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, I think that sounds good. And I actually, one of the things that I personally need assistance with, and I think that the long-term finance subcommittee would be helpful, is some of the other variables or cost estimates for doing things. For example, and I've talked with the city manager about this, I'd like to know sort of how do we quantify dollars that we pulled out of our reserves to push out early, that we know that we've already spent those dollars. And if we're going to talk about reimbursing our reserves for some of that, what does that actually look like? I don't think I've seen a number for that, and I'd like to better understand that. When we talk about things, we heard some of them from the public. It sounds like they've been working with their own engineers. When we talk about something such as sidewalks in Coffee Park and in Fountain Grove, how much money are we actually talking about? I think we really need to have a discussion with the public about how far this money goes, because I think 95 million sounds a whole lot bigger than what it actually ends up being in some of these cases. When we talk about permanent building for a library in Roseland, how much does that also cost, right? So I think it would be helpful for us to price out some of these things so that we're not just getting a wish list from the public, but actually managing the expectations of what we can deliver for the funding that's available.
Okay, any other thoughts or comments? Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I think that putting it into the hands of the long-term financial subcommittee would be at least a start. I think we need to start someplace and then chew on it at the council, and I'm sure that we will be getting lots of public input, and we should be encouraging that at every way we can. But I think we just once we start the process, once we start having some ideas to begin this conversation about equity and the actual costs, like Councilmember Rogers just mentioned, it sounds like a lot of money, and we all know that it's not near as much as it sounds. So I think that, but we need to start someplace, and I think perhaps the subcommittee would be a great place to start, and then we can start chewing on it and deciding after the public input where we're going to go.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Tibbetts, you have your hand up?
Yep, thank you, Mayor. I definitely agree that we need to have a public process where we gather input on how to spend this money. One thing or two things, though, I just hope that we can keep in mind as a council, kind of as a principle on how we administer the funds. Well, actually, it's three things. One, as John and Chris pointed out, it's absolutely what are the true costs, the actual costs, both to build it and to operate it, whatever it is. But also looking at, I guess, how do we spend the money judiciously, meaning not trying to identify ways that this is not just going to be flash in the pan money, but is there a way that we can create, I'm sorry to bring it up again, but loans. I stopped short of calling it a public bank, but establishing an enterprise fund that the city can use to lend to these important community projects, and then working with other community partners such as the library, for example, paying some of those funds back to the city so the city can continue to redistribute it for future priorities into the decades into the future. So I'm hoping for that. And then the last thing I'll say about it is this money was given to us to recover from a disaster. Funds should be made available to communities that still are in the process of recovery, but also taking into account that there's a very clear political and social nexus between that disaster and the disaster we now face with COVID-19. And we need to rely on the state and federal partners to help with COVID-19 recovery, but we absolutely need to be ready to take care of families and businesses in this community if they fall short.
Okay, Chris, is that a new hand up? Okay, any other comments? So what I'm hearing we could be our next steps. We have both what the city manager suggested. We start with a public conversation with the long-term financial subcommittee. Obviously it's a Brown Act, so we can receive some public comment on there, and that'll help craft our study session when we bring it back to the entire city council. And Mr. McGlynn and I will try to figure out the appropriate time to get that on the entire council agenda in the not too distant future. Does that work for everyone? Okay, seeing a lot of heads nodding. And that's fine with you, Mr. McGlynn? Okay, thank you, Jack, for that.
So to close out the priority setting, 2 process steps that are going to be pursued is the recreation of the ad hoc committee from a year ago with 2 or 3 council members to work with staff on setting up the work plans on those priorities established by council. And then second, the existing long-range financial planning committee to work out the public process discussion framing for council on the settlement dollars. And that concludes the priority setting portion. If the clerk can go back to the slides, we just have a couple very quick items before adjourning, Mr. Mayor, unless the council wishes to discuss more. But we always like to turn to staff first to just comment on, did they get the direction they needed to proceed as the council wishes? Mr. Manager?
Yes, we did. Thank you very much, Council.
Okay. moving along to the next slide, there were some issues that were recommended a year ago on the next slide that were to be considered at your future retreat. One was any follow-up on council redistricting, and the second was on council policies, council policy manual. During the course of my March interviews, basically the feedback from council was in that time frame, no further work was needed on those at this time, and they'll probably both have to be addressed beginning in 2021. Again, those were pre-pandemic discussions, but our recommendation was that we not allot time in this limited format to going over those because the priority setting was more important. And then the broader definition of government reform, we think you've covered in the priority setting, in setting that as a tier 1 with some immediate items that have to be dealt with from the Open Government Task Force, and clearly some longer term items that need to be addressed. So unless there's council discourse or discussion otherwise, we believe the standing items from 2019 workshop are closed for the time being, and would recommend we move to the next slide. But I'm looking for council members to raise their hands if they think otherwise. I see none going up. So with that, Mr. Mayor and Manager, we'll move on to the final slide, which you'll all be pleased to know. Next steps. We will prepare our workshop report as we always do. And then there is the financial planning workshop coming up on September 15th, where you'll start to attack the fiscal challenge necessary to achieve many of those crisis and tier 1 priorities. And in addition, per council direction, there will be an ad hoc committee to add shape and definition to at least the short-term priorities, as well as the long-range fiscal committee to work on the public process for the settlement funds. We will be providing a SurveyMonkey evaluation to all council members and staff that participated in or observed this retreat. That's an important part of our feedback. And the last 4 months have been learning curve for us as well, in terms of doing priority setting and facilitation on Zoom with dozens of clients. And today, making the quick pivot, I know, to reflect back to council was important, I think, to achieve consensus. And we appreciate your feedback on that. We are significantly over, Mayor, but we would like to take a minute or two for each council member and the manager to share one reflection or takeaway from today's discussion as we close out.
Greg, before we go there, if I could just clarify what my commitment to council will be. So at our next meeting on August 11th, between now and then, I will get with the city manager to have a specific date and timeline. I'll announce who's going to be on the ad hoc and when our anticipated first meeting will be. Again, that will just be for the ad hoc to hear from city staff what they heard here and actually have a list like we did last time. Here are the goals with some timelines to that. Same thing with the long range financial subcommittee. We'll have a date. This is when it's going to be. More public feedback. That'll give us some recommendations to give to staff for a study session that will come back to the entire city council. So I just want to make it clear that there's plenty of opportunity for community feedback and council input before we actually make the decision about either the PG&E or setting timelines for other goals that we discussed today.
And with that, if we could move to reflections on today's discussion, 1 or 2 highlights or key points from each council member.
All right, why don't we just go again? Jack, you're up first.
All right, thanks, Tom. My reflection from today is just that I appreciate this process. It's the one time a year where I feel like we get to have a very fluid conversation about what the next year should look like. So thank you, Greg. Thank you, Sean, and everybody who puts time into this.
Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I was very apprehensive about going through this process with Zoom. And I think that ultimately the quality of the product was very high. We actually redefined how we look at our priorities. And I think that, so I really thank our consultants, and Greg and Sam. I thank you very much for how this all turned out, and Mayor, thank you, and Mr. McGlynn, you and your staff, and especially the clerk's office, who had to deal with the changes very, very quickly. So I am very pleased with the outcome, and I fear that the implementation will be perhaps a little more painful, but we have a great start, and I thank everyone involved in making this a productive day.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I appreciate the exercise. I will make one observation, and that's it's a good thing that we do things on a high level, but we're also in the process. Some of us are already of being in district elections where none of the discussion today was about providing any type of staff resources for folks to deal with issues specific to their constituents. And I think it's something to just put on the table for folks who are returning at next year fully in districts, that we're going to have a conversation about how to do that. Because right now, that workload falls within the 85% that's under the surface that's happening with staff. And I think that there's going to be a broader expectations, not necessarily in our priority setting, which is what we're trying to do here, but an expectation from the public that they'll be able to contact their council member and get direct staff assistance. And I think that that's happening right now. I just don't think that we're properly allocating our resources to account for it. And so I just want to make sure that we're keeping that on the radar for next year's discussion, 6 months, 8 months down the road, is how do we create that space so that we don't overburden staff as well.
Thank you. Mr. Oliveras.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that we had to make a lot of adjustments to make this this happen, given the pandemic and everything. But I'm happy with the end result. But I am not satisfied that we were not able to include more of our staff as we have in the past, as far as discussions and what we've done. It was missing for me. But saying that, I think at the end we got what we needed. All things considered. But again, I guess the next step now is to see how staff can manage all of this that we put on them, like we do in the past. But overall, it was great. Thank you.
Mr. Dowd.
I'm happy with the outcome of this on our priority list. I mentioned in my comments earlier that one of the things I would like to have considered as we're moving forward with the ad hoc and city council sessions that are forthcoming, some support, and I envision that some of that money may come back to be later used for fire repairs as well. So I think we just need to stay light on our feet, minimize the use of those funds, and maybe we'll be fortunate also to get funds from the state and federal government through their various actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Fleming.
Thank you. I appreciate all the work from the city manager's office and from Greg and Sam. This process went, I think, as well as it could have given the constraints. I would be remiss if I didn't note how much I enjoy getting to hear in person from each department all of the accomplishments over the past year, and to get to deliberate in small groups with the other council members, and to see the contingents of various community groups who come in and lobby us for support. It's really kind of almost a festive environment, and that would be lost on somebody who's watching this for the first time, kind of what a big deal it is to set our goals and how much we celebrate and care for our organization through this process. And so, I'll be holding that space. And I'll also echo what Councilmember Rogers said, and I know that this is, or I don't know, I can only imagine that this is a challenge for the organization as someone who is districted, who gets direct constituent concerns and provides those services by forwarding those concerns directly to staff departments. That at some point we're going to need to, both for the council members, because when somebody sends something to the whole city council list, you know, I know nobody ignores those things, but it's easy to imagine that somebody else is going to take care of it. But when they send it to you directly as one of your constituents, you know, the buck stops with you. And those things can get quite voluminous, both for the council member and for the staff. So I agree that we need to recognize that our model has changed and be nimble alongside with it. But again, you know, thank you to the staff, to city manager, city attorney, and I think we came out with a collaborative product that will get us through the next few months.
And I guess this, getting used to this, the positives of this type of a meeting, a Zoom meeting, you know, we had over, I think it was 110 folks give us feedback. So that's great. Although I know we've had more community participation in our goal settings in the past, but I don't think we've had over 100. So that's a positive. For me, I do miss, like with what the Vice Mayor said, hearing, actually being together in the room and having these discussions, because what you can't do so much on this is have some of the tabletop discussions that I get a lot out, where you hear that person specific information coming from each department. So I miss that aspect of it. And I am really interested, Mr. McGlynn, as I mentioned earlier, taking our goals that we set out with those timetables, using that format, because what I have learned, especially as mayor, this organization is doing so much in keeping track of it all and what commitments we've made, and actually, quite frankly, listing the accomplishments. You know, I know I'm very proud looking at that, our goal setting from February. We've hit all of our climate action goals. Again, that doesn't happen by accident. So just the format, that would be great for me next time. And I really appreciate, Greg, some of your suggestions. Having that, you know, you're playing the role of facilitator just as you should, as we're getting mired into these, not necessarily getting in the weeds. It's very helpful to have someone with your experience kind of say, well, what if you looked at it this way? So I found that very helpful. And I look forward to hearing that information that comes back out of this. And I, again, as others have mentioned, I love having, you know, Sue and Sean participating. It's great to have more of our city staff so we can actually share our personal appreciation of their efforts. But through both of you, please share our accolades for our staff and the tremendous job they've been doing in these challenging times. And just to reiterate too what Mr. Rogers and Vice Mayor Fleming brought up, best laid plans, it was my interest in putting together some sort of a community-wide panel to discuss just what the two of you brought up. And then things changed, pandemics changed. So I'm very supportive. We do need to have some discussion about the size of our city. What is that structure for council so that we can support the residents that we are representing? So I've been a big advocate for that, and we got to find some time to do that. So back to you, Greg. Oop, I think you're mute there, Greg.
Just unmuting myself. Before we adjourn, we often ask the city manager or city attorney to also offer any highlights or reflections that they'd like to share.
I just appreciate the input from council, and now it's time to get to work. Thank you.
Madam Attorney?
I would agree exactly with the city manager's comments, ready to get to work and figure out the details of how we move forward.
And I just want to conclude by saying thank you to all of you for letting me join your team, at least through this process of priority setting, and to work with you through this new forum, and also to acknowledge Sam, who will be assisting me as we prepare our summary and report. Mr. Mayor, that concludes what we have for the workshop.
All right. Thank you so much for your effort. Thank you all for your participation and those that have been listening in. And with that, meeting is adjourned.